nothing was a revolution. In a knowing came to nothing, never revolution. History will repeat itself. Where is our revolution? History will repeat itself. There's never revolution. History will repeat itself forever. History will repeat itself until the day we're done. Yeah. You think you know everything I don't, and yet somehow I'm the one with the ego. You lean on controversy, dream up an enemy. It's so much easier this way. It's so much easier this way. I'm the one with the ego. Yeah, you say that you know everything I don't, and yet somehow I'm the one with the ego. You lean on controversy, dream up an enemy. It's so much easier this way. History will history will fall forever. History will repeat. You say that you know everything I don't, and yet somehow I'm the one with the ego. I'm the one with the ego. You say that you know everything I don't, and yet somehow I'm the one with the ego.
Hello and welcome to the stream. Oh, let me get myself on screen. Hello. Hi. It's baseball time. It's ball stream. Yeah. Hi. We are many, a manifold mind mesh, Viscountess of Chiton, the fairy Viscountess of Chiton, in fact. You may not have our names, dear gender criminals. Today we are also joined by the lovely Isabelle Hellraiser. Let me actually just pop us over to this view. And we're obviously not going to have that open. Maybe I'll just do this one, and then... Oh my god, where's everything? Where's anything? I can't keep track of my sources. There we go. But yeah, hi. We are many. Manifold Mind Mesh. Okay, we already said that part. We're queer trans plural streamers, and today we're going to be talking about baseball and trying to understand it. I think we are mostly only going to be talking about sport and not splort, so there will probably not too much baseball in this chat. But I suppose it's not impossible that it comes up. Also, wait. Oh, it's this that I want, which apparently had the myhouse.wad walkthrough open. Let me find this local file of the topic of today's stream. I also tried to 3D model a baseball, but I ran out of time today. There's just too much shit going on today. I had physical therapy and then also had to go out of my way a bit to an eye exam. I believe that this should be it. Yes! Excellent. Okay. Before we get into the baseball rules, things to note. First of all, if you want to support the stream, you can do so simply by being here. Hanging out and chat, and chatting is absolutely wonderful. And of course, any folks who are in my Discord and have the permission to are welcome to drop in with Izzy and I and help us read through the baseball rules and chatter about them. But no pressure, of course. And also, baseball.wad sounds wonderful. And yeah, if you want to monetarily support us, you can do so with bits, subscriptions, tips. Nightbot is right on ball there, so to speak. And yeah, Izzy, do you have anything that you would like to shout out as like where people can find you, and potentially support you? I think you have a Ko-fi, right, or something like that.
I technically have a Ko-fi. I just never use it.
Fair enough.
So, no, you know what I'm going to shout out is that my little display thing here on the stream cuts off my pronouns partway through. So my pronouns for today are they to him.
Excellent. I'm so honored to be meeting a new kind of non-binary today.
I am not a bits new. The non-binary that keeps doing bits is not a new kind of non-binary.
That's very true. All right. I think without further ado, let me put on a little bit more music and we'll just go ahead and have this relatively low. Oh, this is good baseball music, actually. All right. It's baseball rules time. So, I think we should actually maybe preface this with, we have a few questions that I think definitely we want to answer. Of course, the most important one is a Christian baby a valid baseball? That is kind of the key one. Let me,
It is the key question of baseball. For over 150 years that MLB has existed. We've been exploring that every year.
Truly. Wait, where were they? I did... here we go. This was our notes for the microwave stream. Of which we have several. I'm gonna just copy out these, paste as... Oh, right, no, Right. Paste those as a reference. Copy this, paste it as a duplicate. And then we can erase these. Cancel. Yes. Move this.
I'm gonna recommend keeping do not remove feet. That's like good baseball etiquette. I guess we'll find out if there are specific rules about that in baseball.
Perfect. Excellent. Okay. That's very good to know. Those were some good microwave notes.
Oh,
Okay.
Alice! Hello, Alice! I know Alice.
Hi,
She's
Alice. Oh god, how do I use OBS? Group those together. And this is baseball notes. Alright. Call this ball notes 1. Perfect. Okay. And then I can move it all the way somewhere back here. Well, it does have to kind of be in front of a lot of things, doesn't it? Alright. We'll put it up here for right now. That seems reasonable. And as we go, we'll keep adding more notepads. Important question number 1. Is a Christian baby a baseball? Who was the microwave nerd for that? That was mostly just me, but Packbats was here a lot for that, but there was not a special microwave nerd guest for microwave stream. Ah. Oh, I didn't see that note about prosthetic feet, but also, Izzy has in fact shared.
Yeah, I don't...
There was a... I see. Monty Stratton.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to share about Monty Stratton here?
Oh, I just googled baseball players with prosthetic limbs.
Gotcha.
But the name Monty Stratton came up as a early baseball player that I guess had prosthetic. I haven't read into this yet.
Okay.
But I posted the link because I don't know if I can do that in the chat.
You should be able to. Yeah, you're a moderator,
okay,
so
easy.
you have the rights to do anything. And also, I don't think
That's
I don't know
terrifying.
I don't know if I have Nightbot set up to prevent people from posting links yet.
There's a great
Is there no rule saying a dog can't play baseball? Important.
that reminds me of this great Benny Feldman joke where he says, "There's no rule that says a person can't play in the puppy bowl."
Oh yeah, there's a context to the Christian baby question. Someone on Quora posted, or I think this is generally a meme on Quora. I'm sure there's a start to it that was a legitimate question, but a lot of people just post different, like, if you were doing X and Y happened and it involved a Christian baby, would you do the thing, right? And so for
The
baseball,
thing that would harm the Christian baby.
right, would you harm the Christian baby, or would you save the Christian baby? Quora's not relevant, it's just very funny. As an atheist who plays a lot of chess, we're very good at recognizing when we are checkmated. Yeah. So in this case, it was like, atheists, comma. Imagine that you are a, like, major, you know, like very famous baseball player, and you're about to hit the home run that would win you the game. But the moments before hitting the ball, you realize that the ball is actually a Christian baby. Would you hit the Christian baby and win the World Series, or do you avoid harming the Christian baby? There was also a skydiving one that was like you're skydiving and the Christian baby refuses to pull its parachute unless you convert to Christianity. And That one's also fantastic.
The amazing thing about the baseball one is, like, I know why a baseball goes when it hits a bat. It, like, bounces off of it. It has bounce. And, like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something gnarly here, but, like, a baby doesn't have that much, like, elasticity.
No.
I know what would happen.
No spoilers, but you do believe the Christian baby question will be answered? Excellent, excellent. Ooh. Okay, this is just one from a YouTube thumbnail about these horror things, and then we're gonna move on. But atheists, imagine you and a Christian baby are teleported into a flower forest filled with killer bees, and there's only one flower-scented suit that will mask presence to escape. Will you use it or let the Christian baby? I love the contrivances so much. They're so good.
It's so much more complicated than it needs to be.
Okay. I think, yeah, we've got don't remove the feet, is a Christian baby at baseball, can a dog play baseball? Do we have other questions? You sent something about, you sent us what kind of recipes can you create with baseball?
Yeah, yeah, like as a follow-up to the microwave stream.
Gotcha. Excellent, okay. Do we have any other... Feel like you can hold a Christian baby inside my jacket? Yeah, probably. Actually, no, it's completely impossible ever. Yeah, I don't know if I have any more baseball questions right now, but the chat is welcome to the... I'm imagining a Johnny Yes Papa style 3D baby wearing a cross necklace for this. Excellent, yeah. Okay. I think we're ready to crack open these rules and read them, and such. Let me just sort out my OBS shit so that I can actually see what I'm doing. Where is it? So it's not that, so it's higher up? And if it's not higher up, then why is Netscare Navigator where is anything in my layout? Oh, it's all the way up here. Yeah, okay, cool. And do I already have the interact window open? No, I do not. Okay, perfect. So now I have it. Do kobolds ever play baseball, or are they more into cricket? I'm not sure if we'll get an answer from that, from the rules, but I think it's a very good question. Kobolds are, Curious about style ragdolling as a hits or a home run. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure about kobold preferences when it comes to baseball. We'll have to see. So, this is the official baseball rules 2023 edition. I believe Izzy, you said that the 2024 rules are announced but not released yet.
I couldn't find a 2024 rule book, so I just assume they haven't put it out yet. But the changes are announced. If we feel like it, we can find a web page and go over those.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. We can definitely do that. And we've got can an orangutan. I think that we'll just lump all the is there anything in the rulebook that says X animal can't play baseball into kind of one generalized, like, can a dog play baseball? Can an orangutan? Who knows? We'll find out. We got, okay, so this is by the Joint Competition Committee, Bill DeWitt, Jack Flaherty, a bunch of names. Mark Shapiro. Any relation to Ben Shapiro there?
You know what? Unclear. I'm going to do some Googling here. Oh, and also say that if you have baseball questions, feel free to answer them. If we don't think they're in the book, we will both do our best to answer them.
Yes, I think that we can. I think that we will be able to answer many baseball questions. Oh. Sorry. Fries are ready more or less, apparently, so I might get up and get some fries very shortly. No part of the official baseball rules may be reproduced or... I can't read. Major League Baseball silhouetted batter logo is a registered trademark of Major League Baseball Properties, Inc. Forward. Ooh. If a baseball is going 50 miles per hour, how far is the strongest man able to hit it? 2 yards, at least.
Yeah, you know what? Correct. So
If you say at least, then any number is correct as long as it's low enough.
and it's a valid answer that people should just entirely respect as well. Don't know. So like faster baseballs go further when you hit them, which is probably something you hit on. 50 miles an hour is like very slow for a pitch. It would be like notably slow for any pitcher and any type of pitch.
Gotcha.
I don't know. What's like the average exit velocity and average
There we go.
pitch speed in MLB? Let's use that.
Wait, why did that break my scrolling?
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, I cannot stand trying to use this fucking... What if I hit present? Oh! Wait. Oh my god, it presents each page at the zoom level it's at. Oh no, can I not get out of this mode? Hang on, okay, we might need to do a little bit of a refresh the document, and then...
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just have to accept that as a good enough zoom. This is the basis of the Imperial measurement system. Whenever the strongest man hits a baseball, everyone has to update their measuring tapes. That's true. That's why it's so important to implement new rules against steroids in baseball. In Star Trek, baseball is a niche interest. I did know this! I started watching DS9, and I'm already done with Season 1 of DS9, and, the baseball is the niche interest in particular of Commander Sisko of the station Deep Space Nine and his son, and it's lovely. There was an episode where people's imaginations summoned like stuff because of weird aliens that visited, and so he had a famous baseball player that I think was made up for the episode. I don't remember who it was, but just follow him out of the holodeck, and it was a whole thing. Forward. This code of rules governs the playing of baseball games by professional teams of Major League Baseball and any league within the Professional Development League operated by Major League Baseball in which minor league clubs are assigned to compete. We recognize that many amateur and non-professional organizations play their games under professional rules, and we're happy to make our rules available as widely as possible. It is well to remember that specifications as to fields, equipment, etc. may be modified to meet the needs of each group. Money fines, long-term suspensions, and similar penalties imposed by this code are not practicable for amateur groups, but officers and umpires of such organizations should insist on strict observance of all rules governing the playing of the game. So, they're saying you can hack their TTRPG, but, like, if you're playing it, you should play it. But that some of their penalty rules, will result in too many player deaths and angry leaving and whatnot, and they're really designed for cons, and you really shouldn't, yeah.
I think that's roughly what they're getting at.
Ooh, we got important notes as well. Anyone can baseball. Ooh. Yeah. That's a good point. That is a good thing to do. Where is my notes? They are all the way up here. Okay.
I'm a little bit distracted here. It's because I'm getting stunningly close to answering the question, if a baseball is going 50 miles an hour, how far is the strongest man able to hit it? Like, I think I'm gonna have an answer.
Excellent.
That is reasonable.
Excellent. You know what? I will take a quick second to go get myself those fries. I have already had a hot dog because it's appropriate. I'll be right back. we have fries and ketchup. They're curly fries, and we also have a sparkling lemonade.
Mm.
Love a good homemade sparkling lemonade.
Oh yeah, I'm drinking a locally brewed beer. It's an
Nice.
oatmeal stout. It's very cozy.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Okay. Important notes. The Playing Rules Committee, at its December 2014 meeting, voted to reorganize and recodify the official baseball rules into a more logical and organized manner. No wording or language was changed, other than the amendments made for that year. Only the order and placement of the rules were modified. In this edition, comments to the official rules are highlighted in a shaded box, rather than being printed in a smaller typeface, as had been the case prior to 2015. So I really like that this is still in the 2023 rules. They've just decided, like, we'll just keep printing out the portion that says that back in 2015, we made this change, just in case anyone hasn't played in a decade. Speaking of atheism, while I'm agnostic, based on my morality upon atheism, pretty sure believing religion would break me. That's fair. Yeah. Please listen carefully as our menu has changed. Literally, it's please listen carefully as our menu has changed, except the menu changed in 2015.
Okay. Based on my calculations and best guess, it's like 325, 350 meters.
Okay.
That's, in yards, 350 yards. It's like a rough estimate.
Yeah, okay. Playing Rules Committee, at its December 1977 meeting, voted to incorporate the notes, casebook, and comments section directly into the official baseball rules at the appropriate places. Wait, at the 1977 meeting, please listen carefully as our menu items changed in the 70s. Basically, the casebook interprets or elaborates on basic rules, and in essence have the same effect as rules when applied to particular sections for which they're intended. This arrangement is designed to give quicker access to any written language pertaining to an official rule, and does not require a reader to refer to different sections of the official baseball rules book in considering the application of a particular rule. Casebook material in this edition are in shaded boxes and labeled as comment. Summary of rule changes for 2023. We got amended field dimensions to ensure a uniform and consistent outer boundary for all infielders across all 30 major league ballparks. That means nothing to us yet.
Mm-hmm. Figure we're going
amended-
to see a lot of that means nothing to us yet.
Mm-hmm. We've amended Rule 203 to reflect the new measurements of first, second, and third bases. Sure. 403... C4, to specify a position player may only pitch when their team is losing by equal to or more than 8 runs, when their team is winning by equal to or more than 10 runs in the 9th inning or in extra innings. Okay. Yeah, I think all these rule amendments are something that, like, I don't, we just don't have the context for what they're amending yet. It's actually closer to 1980 than 1970. It's still important to include for another 2 to 3 years. Yeah, sure.
I think, Alice, we were just confused about what the infield boundary was, and overwhelmed because we were trying to cook at the same time. I don't think it was like an argument exactly, but like it took us a while to go and like work it out.
Amazing.
And it's still weird and kind of vague what the infield boundary is. We'll learn about that soon.
Excellent. Fries. Yeah, 502C, that means nothing to me. 510K. Updated policies regarding who is allowed to occupy the bench and when those individuals are allowed to enter the field of play. Now this interests me because when they say who is allowed to occupy the bench, that might include a dog. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I remember actively choosing antagonism as I usually do when discussing baseball.
That's Alice with a lot of things. I love her a lot.
Amazing. Incorporate the parameters of the extra innings rule. Reflect the Office of Commissioner's current practices for handling game violations and issuing appropriate discipline.
The B in BDSM stands for baseball.
That's true. Remember to make the maximum donation of balls every year to your 510K so that you have plenty of walks in your retirement. Oh, we got table of contents. Okay. This is we're in the real baseball rules now. We got objectives of the game. Did I actually start recording? I didn't. Hello, YouTube. I'll probably just cut it together with the VOD or whatever. Okay. Yeah, we got objectives of the game, playing field, which we've got a whole bunch of things there, all the stuff about the equipment, game preliminaries, including no fraternization, and also security. Okay. Playing the game is section 5. I like that this is starting the game, parentheses, play ball! That's very good. That's very good.
Have a little fun with it. I think that was added in 1977.
Excellent.
I think that's one of the... Our menu has changed.
Okay, and then, yeah, cool. Starting game, fielding positions, base coaches, batting, when the batter becomes a runner, running the bases, pitching, yeah, okay. Making it out, Improper play, illegal action, and misconduct. Hang on. Oh, there we go. I selected, I think, the whole PDF there as part of the page. Excuse me.
Right. Selected the element that is the PDF.
Exactly. I love using a web browser as a PDF reader but the web browser is nested inside an OBS plugin. It's beautiful.
It's incredible. What's the thing called? Discord runs on it. It's just like secretly
Electron?
a Chrome instance. Yeah. To have Chrome running an Electron instance. Effectively.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, like, it is Chromium for the OBS browser plugin, so it is nearly an Electron instance, except that, like, Electron does technically do some extra things. If a baseball gets molded into a cube, can it be used? That is, I mean, this falls into the, like, form factor of a baseball Christian baby question, but I think it's worth investigating. Section 6 is the fun
deeply invested
stuff.
Everyone is in, like, the physical baseball itself.
Yeah!
This is important to the world.
6.0 is the fun section. This is where we live. This is improper play, illegal action, and misconduct. We love crimes. And then 7 is ending the game. Okay. 8, we got the umpire. A whole general instructions to umpires section. And then section 9. This is in the void between 8 and 9. This is the void between 8.04 and 9.0, but it is not numbered. It's just general instructions, I suppose. 9 is the official scorer. Then we get definition of terms, appendices, and the index. Okay.
What an amazing place to put definition of terms.
I mean, it's near the end. That's like normal for like a regular book that's not a baseball rules. The batter should be allowed to hurt people. I believe he is in Hit Video Game Off. Is there any rule that says the batter can't hurt people? We'll find out. That's probably in section 6.
Can maybe
Objectives
talk
of the
about
game.
rules when we get there.
1.01. Baseball is a game between two teams of 9 players each, under direction of a manager, played on an enclosed field in accordance with these rules, under jurisdiction of one or more umpires. Imagine if it didn't say it was under these rules, like in accordance with these rules. It's just like played on an enclosed field with some rules, not these ones. The offensive team's objective is to have its batter become a runner and its runners advance. The defensive team's objective is to prevent offensive players from becoming runners and to prevent their advance from around the bases. So we have to make sure as a defensive team to prevent like Jordan Peterson from becoming a runner. That's important. Gotta get rid of offensive players. When a batter becomes a runner and touches all bases, legally he shall score 1 run for his team. Okay, so we're running into some gendered language here, I do note. And I believe that this implies that women are not held to the rules of baseball. We can do whatever we want.
Those aren't my
non-binary
baseball
people.
players change their pronouns. They don't have to abide by the rules.
We found the loophole. Yeah, let me get this. Okay, how do we do this? We copy, paste a reference, switch the order, copy, paste a duplicate, 2. Drop these into the same group, put them over here. And pronoun workaround.
What a wonderful phrase. It's like cellar door.
So good. Yeah. Softball is just a bigger baseball, right? I don't... No, softball is actually a smaller baseball.
Yeah, softer, I think.
Yeah.
This is a good question to maybe put up on the board. If a softball was used in a baseball game, but nobody noticed till after, what would happen?
Ooh. I feel like this also falls into the sort of ball form questions here, but I think, like, what happens if wrong ball but no one notices? I think that's reasonable. So, yeah, when a batter becomes a runner and touches all bases, legally he shall score 1 run for his team. They have to get a whole U.S. court involved. It's a whole thing. The objective of each team is to win by scoring more runs than the opponent. The winner of the game shall be that team which shall have scored, in accordance with these rules, the greater number of runs at the conclusion of a regulation game. Cool, we made it through the objectives. That's simple. So...
These are the only things that are objective in the document. Everything else is subjective.
Wikipedia says the softball actually is bigger. I will be completely honest with you. I said it was smaller as a joke. I was fully doing the I'm confident in the wrong answer bit. 2.0, the playing field. The field shall be laid out according to the instructions below, supplemented by the diagrams in appendices 1, 2, and 3. Ah! I think we should look at those diagrams at the end of this section. I think
that
that's
works for me.
reasonable. The infield shall be a 90-foot square. The outfield shall be the area between 2 foul lines formed by extending 2 sides of the square, as in diagram in Appendix 1, page 156. Okay, I think we can just look at that now then. This isn't actually 156. God damn it. PDFs.
Yeah, 156 as marked at the bottom.
Wait. It's not even accurate to what's marked at the bottom. Where's... What? No. It's... No! Hang on! It's on page 160! You can't do this! I'm being
Our
betrayed
menu
by the
made
book already.
actively lie to you.
Amazing. Okay, well, so...
This looks like papercraft.
Yeah, it does! You can make your own baseball field. Oh, no. Oh dear. Okay, I think we have to refresh the page again. This is such a cursed setup. I'm gonna be honest. I'm having such a good time, but boy is this cursed. Okay. Progress reset. I can't touch this scroll bar, I think is the real answer here.
Right.
Okay.
172 if y'all want to jump to the diagram.
Oh, we can take another look at this, but yeah, okay, we got, this is literally, I mean, like, it's a reasonable diagram if you're, like, it's a roughly reasonable diagram, but boy is it information dense. Grandstand or fence 60 inches, or 60 feet from the base or foul line. Were you gonna say something?
Oh, just, y'all ever heard about juiced balls? Y'all can take this one first.
Oh, yeah, Scorch. This is my answer.
Yeah, yes, I have.
Okay, we got...
And something like, I forget when, like, sometime in the 2010s, MLB specifically introduced baseballs that were designed to fly further because, like, big hits were down.
Oh, right. Okay, here's... Hang on, I'm getting notifications. I should close whatever tab I have open of actual Mastodon to... It's that one. Okay, perfect. Cool. Now I stop getting, noises. I like that this circle is labeled as just 18 feet, and this one's 26 feet, but this is a 95-foot radius? Is that a diameter? Is that a... I mean, I assume that when people say a like, 18-foot circle, it's a diameter.
That makes more sense than the pitcher's mound being, like, a little under 40 feet across.
Yeah. I also love this with the grass line here, that, like, we get that it's a 95-foot radius from the pitcher's mound. And it's mostly circular, it looks like. But it's a pretty weird curve. And it's not defined beyond that in this diagram.
Looks like it's a 95-foot radius from the center of the pitcher's mound.
Yeah. Does that continue to make sense if we were to make this into a circle? Would that grass line fully cover the whole? Because, like, at least the way it's drawn, it almost looks more like an arch.
I don't think the pitcher's mound is centered in the infield. So it wouldn't line up with the bases.
The curve looks weird because the center is not aligned with the origins of the foul lines. Gotcha, yeah. My intuition, arcs have radius, circles have diameter. Okay, that's reasonable. The curve looks weird because, yeah. Dog physically can't play baseball due to a lack of way to hold it, especially if it's a smaller dog that has a smaller jaw for holding anything. I think that just means a dog would be bad at playing baseball.
And
I don't think
disagree.
That means...
I think you could get a well-trained dog that's very skilled to be a pinch fielder. You could put that dog in the outfield, and it could run and catch the ball and carry it to someone.
There we go. Yeah.
Now, that's, if they're carrying it to someone, they're not as good as throwing it, but that is still a capability of playing baseball. I think it would be a negative war. We're not going to learn what war is in this document, I don't think.
Okay. But yeah, the infield, 90-foot square. The outfield is the area between two foul lines, as we saw in the diagram. The distance from home base to the nearest fence, stand, or other obstruction on fair territory shall be 250 feet or more. Distance of 320 feet or more along the foul lines and 400 feet or more to the center field is preferable. The infield shall be graded so that the baselines and home plate are level. That's useful. That's important. It would be funny if the pitcher's mound was on a hill. Okay. It's a little bit of a hill. The pitcher's plate shall be be 10 inches above the level of home plate. It should be like 5 feet, though.
That would be absurd. So those 10 inches do make like a huge difference. Like when pitchers have to pitch on flat ground for one reason or another, it beefs them up a lot, and they pitch like much slower and much worse. 5 feet, like. Pick your favorite anime where someone throws a big thing at the ground and there's a big crater that explodes. But baseball.
Right. The degree of slope from a point 6 inches in front of the pitcher's plate to a point 6 feet towards the home plate shall be 1 inch to 1 foot, and such degree of slope shall be uniform. The infield and outfield, including the boundary lines, are fair territory, and all other area is foul territory. It is desirable that the line from home base through the pitcher's plate to second base shall run east to northeast. Desirable but not required. Good to note. Wait, why is it desirable?
Because the sun sets late at night when you play baseball games, and you don't want the sun to be in the batter's eyes when they're having a baseball thrown at them at like 90 plus miles an hour.
That's reasonable. It is recommended that the distance from home base to the backstop and from the baselines to the nearest fence, stand, or other obstruction of foul territory shall be 60 feet or more. See Appendix 1. I think that just makes sense. Okay. You have... Yeah. When location of home base is determined, with a steel tape measure 127 feet and 3 3/8 inches in the desired direction to establish second base. From home base, measure 90 feet towards first base. From second base, measure 90 feet toward first base. The intersection of those lines establishes first base. From home base, measure 90 feet toward third base, and from second base, measure 90 feet toward third base. The intersection of these lines establishes third base. The distance between first base and third base is 127 feet and 3 3/8 inches. No aluminum tapes. That's, thinking about if the specificity of a steel tape, if it matters at all that at that length, if you did that in the hot sun, would the length, would the expansion of the metal be slightly less if it's a steel tape versus an aluminum tape? I don't know the answer to that, and I don't feel like doing that much math. All measurements from home base shall be taken to the point where the first and third baselines intersect. The catcher's box, batter's boxes, the coach's boxes, the 3-foot first base lines, and the next batter's boxes shall be laid out as shown in the diagrams in appendices 1 and 2. Okay. There was another diagram that was 172? Yes.
Yeah, page 173 is the second one that they're referring to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for this one... So this is not, okay. We really should specify the temperature of the tape, just as sectoring science. Fair. Okay, but yeah, cool. We got 4 bases. One that got home, and then you use home, and at 90-degree angles, you do the other 2 plates, or other 3 bases, and yeah. That all makes sense to me. I do enjoy the specificity. They should have to move all the bases depending on the ambient temperature. Yeah, now we're talking. I do really enjoy the exacting specificity of 127 feet and 3 3/8 inches. That's a very specific number.
A quarter inch can make a big difference between safe and out.
Yeah. Cool. The foul lines and all other playing lines indicated in the diagram by solid black lines shall be marked with paint or non-toxic and non-burning chalk or other white material. The grass lines and dimensions shown on the diagrams are those used in many fields, but they are not mandatory, and each club shall determine the size and shape of the grassed and bare areas of its playing field, provided, however, that the grass line of the outer boundary of the infield dirt shall be a 95-foot radius from the center of the pitcher's plate. A club will be considered to be in compliance with this provision if the average distance of the grass line of the outer boundary of the infield dirt is less than 96 feet but more than 94 feet. And no individual measurement is more than 96 feet or less than 94 feet. They're doing some geometry to measure the right angles precisely. Yeah, that makes sense. Note. Any playing field constructed by a professional club after June 1st, 1958, shall provide a minimum distance of 325 feet from home base to the nearest fence, stand, or other obstruction on the right and left field foul lines, and a minimum distance of 400 feet to the center field fence. B. No existing playing field shall be remodeled after June 1st, 1958 in such a manner as to reduce the distance from home base to the foul poles and to the center field fence below the minimum specified in paragraph A above. So, are there playing fields from before 1958 that still have, less than this minimum 325 feet distance from home base to the nearest fence?
Probably in the minor leagues or like some other leagues. I think the major leagues are all like relatively new.
Gotcha.
I mean, they're all newer
Okay.
than 1958. Teams love to do a big remodeling of their stadiums to draw people in and also get a whole bunch of tax breaks and subsidies from the cities that they're in. And be like, we're going to bring in $3 billion of jobs in tourism, and they can say whatever number they want.
Yeah, that makes sense. A shift of 100 degrees Fahrenheit would change the length of 90 feet by 0.6 of an inch. That's a real amount. Okay.
This is steel or aluminum?
Yeah, is that steel or aluminum? That's the important bit of this. Home base shall be marked by a 5-sided slab of whitened rubber. That is... I didn't even process that was describing the typical home base plate that I have seen. 5-sided slab of whitened rubber is one hell of a fucking descriptor.
5-sided slab. It feels very specific, and I can't place what it is, but I feel like it's something. It's something you'd call somebody.
Yeah.
He's a 5-sided slab of whitened rubber. I tell you that.
It shall be a 17-inch square, with 2 of the corners removed, so that one edge is 17 inches long, 2 adjacent sides are 8.5 inches, and the remaining 2 sides are 12 inches, and set in an angle to make a point. It shall be set in the ground, with the point at the intersection of the lines extending from home base to first base and to third base, with the 17-inch edge facing the pitcher's plate, and the 2 12-inch edges coinciding with the first and third base lines. How lucky! The top edges of home base shall be beveled, and the base shall be fixed into the ground, level with the ground surface. See drawing D in Appendix 2. The 1958 thing is just there for the Monaco circuit. Gotcha. Oh, the C1095 steel alloy is what that was. Okay. 2.03, the bases. First, second, and third bases shall be marked by white canvas or rubber-covered bags securely attached to the ground as indicated in Diagram 2. The first and third base bags shall be entirely within the infield. The second base bag shall be centered on second base. I sure hope it is. The bags shall be 18 inches square, not less than 3 nor more than 5 inches thick, and filled with soft material. Huh. I didn't know that the bases were made of different things than home base.
Neither did I, actually. I've always heard them referred to as bags, but
wow,
I guess they are just bags.
Yeah, they're just bags of stuff. Oh, it's an F1 racing joke. I see. Okay. This tells you how little I know about baseball so far. That I didn't catch that. It also tells you how much I don't know about racing. The pitcher's plate. The pitcher's plate shall be a rectangular slab of whitened rubber, 24 inches by 6 inches. It should be set in the ground as shown in diagrams 1 and 2, so that the distance between the pitcher's plate and home base, the rear point of home plate, shall be 60 feet or 6 inches. Or 60 feet and 6 inches, not either or. That would be very funny. Yeah. You could either put the pitcher's plate 60 feet away from the home base, or you could just put it 6 inches away and have some fun. 2.05 Benches. The home club shall furnish players as benches, one each for the home and visiting teams. Such benches shall not be less than 25 feet from the baselines. They shall be roofed and shall be enclosed at the back and ends. But no specifications about the size of the benches themselves, or like any information about them. Is a rectangle a square, or is a square a rectangle? A square is a rectangle, obviously. A square is a kind of rectangle. It's just the kind where they're both the same, all the sides are the same length. 3.0 Equipment and uniforms. Here we go. We got answers. We got the ball. The ball shall be a sphere. So it can't be a cube. Formed by yarn wound around a small core of cork, rubber, or similar material, covered with 2 strips of white horsehide or cowhide tightly stitched together. Interesting. Interesting that it's still horse or cowhide. It shall weigh not less than 5, nor more than 5¼ ounces. Avoirdupois? I don't know this word, except for the fact that I've seen it in Final Fantasy XIV.
Yankees in Final Fantasy XIV win.
I think at least for a special event, there was a baseball uniform that I've seen people in. Not an expert, but I think a Christian baby is not similar to cork or rubber. I think you might be right. I don't know, though. I mean, maybe... I think more importantly, it can't... Okay, wait. It can't weigh less than 5, nor more than 5¼ ounces. Avoirdupois is a system of weights based on a pound of 16 ounces or 7,000 grains. Gosh, okay. So... I guess, yeah, the weight is probably the bigger issue about the Christian baby thing. Now... I'm thinking about the sphere. They don't define a sphere. They just say it should be one. This leaves the definition of a sphere very up to interpretation.
Does it?
I mean, we'll take so for example, let me actually get this, because I actually didn't close Blender or anything. So let me just show this in all activities, bump back over to the other thing, pull up my capture of Blender here, put this back on screen, and
a quick note on finding for Final Fantasy XIV baseball jersey are like physical baseball jerseys, but for the game that you can buy to wear in real life, and like a mod so that your character can wear a generic baseball uniform.
Fair enough. So this was the thing I was working on. I the only problem is that the stitches don't go. Oh, this was quite a thing. I don't remember how I managed to, but the stitches aren't facing the correct direction. But is this a sphere? I mean, it is. Like, strictly speaking, no. Because it's got these irregular triangular faces. But no actual physical sphere that you produce is perfect. They're all like, and fundamentally you have, you know, two pieces of horsehide stitched together around some cork. Like, there's going to be irregularities. So what if there are even irregularities in the form of the like icosahedral style sphere? And if that's the case, then what if we just crank the resolution way down on this? Let's here. I'm gonna drop the subdivisions to 1 and then move this outside of it. Is this a sphere? I would argue that it could be a sphere. This could be a baseball. And I mean, it's not that many steps from here to a cube. That's all. This is my argument. Okay, let me get baseball back on screen. If I can find it. There it is.
I think we'll learn more about enforcement of rules when we read a bit about umpires. And my instinct says that it's up to the umpire to decide if a baseball is spherical enough.
Ooh, good to know. Okay. Cool. I get to get in an argument with an umpire then. Roll 1d20 to hit the strike zone. Hell yeah. Yarn wound around a small core of cork, rubber or similar material covered with 2 strips of white horsehide or cowhide, blah blah blah. No player shall intentionally discolor or damage the ball by rubbing it with soil, rosin, paraffin, licorice, sandpaper, emery paper, or other foreign substance. Penalty. The umpire shall demand the ball and remove the offender from the game. In addition, the offender shall be suspended automatically for 10 games. For rules in regard to a pitcher defacing the ball, see Rules 602C2 through 6. Sorry about that, hiccups. Rule 301 comment. Should a ball come partially apart in a game, it is in play until the play is completed. This is useful for the Christian baby question, though, unfortunately.
It's arguably answering the cube question as well. If the ball is hammered into a cube by the bat, they gotta play cube ball for a bit.
Yeah.
They gotta play base box until the play is over.
I love this idea. This is like you oops, bonk. You fucking stop time so that mid-pitch you can bat it from every direction until it becomes a cube and then fire it off. What if the ball is split perfectly in half? Which half is the ball? Oh, that's a really good question.
Comes partially apart. I guess that could be argued as completely apart, and we'll learn about play stoppage later. When I imagine the ball becoming a cube, does everyone remember Carboys? Like, the way that I'm imagining that happening to the ball, just like a as it flicks around for a bit, and then it reforms into a cube.
Excellent. The bat. The bat shall be a smooth, round stick, not more than 2.61 inches in diameter at the thickest part, and not more than 42 inches in length. The bat shall be one piece of solid wood. Note, no laminated or experimental bats shall be used in a professional game, either championship season or exhibition games, until the manufacturer has secured approval from Major League Baseball of his design and methods of manufacture. Cupped bats. An indentation in the end of the bat up to 1¼ inches in depth is permitted and may be no wider than 2 inches and no less than 1 inch in diameter. The indentation must be curved with no foreign substance added. Which end?
Yeah, I guess they don't clarify.
They really don't. Just discovered a DS laptop hybrid. It's 1000. Huh. Interesting. Okay, yeah, they don't specify which end. Maybe you can do an advanced play where like you have the sort of cup shape at the hitting end of the bat, and you just point it to catch the ball in it, and then I don't really know what happens from there. But that
is actually the end that they're talking about.
Oh, that is
you would have it on like the large hitting end.
Okay. Huh. Interesting.
It's not for the purpose of catching it, though.
Yeah, I figured
I haven't
that.
seen that done yet.
But they should try.
You should try. Just have fun with it.
Then throw the bat over the home run line. Yeah, there we go.
It's like a javelin throw. You get it. Uh-oh.
Yeah. The bat handle, for not more than 18 inches from its end, may be covered or treated with any material or substance to improve the grip. Any such material or substance that extends past the 18-inch limitation shall cause the bat to be removed from the game. I know that this is not what this means, but the way this is phrased sounds like it's like, if you include a material or substance that does extend it past that 18-inch limitation, it also has to be a material that removes the bat from the game. I love this idea. I am noting that so far this description of the bat doesn't exclude a big stick you pick up off the ground just from a tree.
As long as MLB approves it, I guess.
Yeah. I mean,
they manufactured
it's certainly not
this by
laminated
growing
or
a tree.
experimental. Note, if the umpire discovers that the bat does not conform to C above until a time during or after which the bat has been used in play, it shall not be grounds for declaring the batter out or ejected from the game. Okay. Oh, so if... Huh. Okay. So if the bat has already been used in play by the time the umpire notices something's off with it, then nothing happens. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
If pine tar extends past the 18-inch limitation, then the umpire, on his own initiative or if alerted by the opposing team, shall order the batter to use a different bat. The batter may use the bat later in the game only if the excess substance is removed. If no objections are raised prior to a bat's use, then a violation of Rule 302C on that play does not nullify any action or play on the field. Okay. We were at a baseball game where the home run was voided because it had too much goop on it. Interesting. No colored bat may be used in a professional game unless approved by Major League Baseball. I guess they gotta be on the lookout for people painting their bats to cover up the varnish or something. 3.03, player uniforms. A. All players on a team shall wear uniforms identical in color, trim, and style, and all players' uniforms shall include minimal 6-inch numbers on their backs. Any part of an undershirt that is exposed to view shall be of a uniform solid color for all players on a team. Any player other than the pitcher may have numbers and or letters insignia attached to the sleeve of the undershirt. Camouflage, yeah. No player whose uniform does not conform to that of his teammates shall be permitted to participate in a game. That's very fun to me. You literally can't be like, we had a player forget his uniform. Like, that just straight up is like, no. Sorry, my mom left it in the wash overnight. A league may provide that each team shall wear a distinctive uniform at all times, or that each team shall have 2 sets of uniforms, white for home games and a different color for road games. Oh, they call them home and road, not home and away. The 6-inch numbers on the uniform is relevant to our dog's question. Oh, that is actually a good point. For
ounce, as long as it's 6 inches on the back.
Yeah. You know what else is relevant to the dog question, actually? Is the gendering here. Because as we all know, all dogs are generally good boys, even if some dogs are not boys, because dogs don't actually care about gender, and people just love to assign dogs as he, him. Therefore, there is still so far nothing in the rules that says a dog can't play baseball. Okay. Sleeve lengths may vary for individual players, but the sleeves of each individual player shall be approximately the same length. No player shall wear ragged, frayed, or slit sleeves, and no pitcher shall wear sleeves that are white, gray, nor, in the judgment of an umpire, distracting in any manner. So I guess that we can't have like a zombie themed team with like completely torn up uniforms as their uniform. That's pretty tragic, honestly.
They'd have to get some pretty special permission, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm loving the idea of just like immaculately dressed zombies.
Yeah, that's pretty good. No player shall attach to his uniform tape or other material of different color from his uniform. No part of the uniform shall include a pattern that imitates or suggests the shape of a baseball. I understand why this rule is here, but it's very funny.
It's so loony. It's like Bugs Bunny would come up with that.
Yeah. Glass buttons and polished metal shall not be used on a uniform. Glass buttons? do people make buttons out of glass? Is that a thing? The baseball is considered sacred, and wearing a baseball-shaped pattern on your uniform is sacrilege. You're so right. That's going in the notes.
The MLB logo does depict a baseball.
Well, it's the MLB. They're allowed. No player shall attach anything to the heel or toe of his shoe other than the ordinary shoe plate or toe plate. Shoes with pointed spikes, similar to golf or track shoes, shall not be worn. No part of the uniform shall include patches or designs relating to commercial advertisements, notwithstanding the foregoing or anything else in these rules. A club may license to third-party commercial sponsors the right to place their name, logos, and or marks on the uniform, provided that the patch or design is approved in advance by the Office of the Commissioner after consultation with the Players Association. So, no part of the uniform shall include patches or designs relating to commercial advertisements unless we say it can.
Yeah. Which, that's something I like right now about baseball, is that, like, the uniforms are largely free of logos that aren't from the team, for the most part. You get the Nike swoop occasionally, because they make a lot of the uniforms, but, like,
right.
Absolutely, uniforms could very easily go the way of, like, esports uniforms, and that would make me sad.
Or, like, race cars,
Mm-hmm,
which is just so fucking covered in things. The club can arrange for sponsorships, but the players can't go rogue. That's a good point, yeah.
That's correct. I guess a player could, like, ask for that. They could, like, ask their team, like, hey, can we get sponsored by this? But, yes.
A player probably could simply have a sponsorship as long as it didn't involve, putting patches on, like independently go rogue and have a sponsorship, as long as it didn't involve putting shit on their uniform.
Yeah,
the Chicago Raid Shadow Legends versus the Detroit Surfshark VPN.
Oh. Alice, you've made me so sad. You've also accurately named cities that have MLB teams, so good job.
A league may provide that the uniforms of its member teams include the names of its players on their backs. Any name other than the last name of the player must be approved by the Office of the Commissioner. If adopted, all uniforms for a team must have the names of its players. Okay, so you have to get approved if you want to have your name be something other than your surname. I'm thinking about, like, what the best name you could throw on the back of your jersey is. And I mean, I think this just comes out to, like, roller derby names.
Baseball.
Fuck! You know what? Yeah! Oh, there he is. It's number 16. It's baseball!
Did you have the idea at the same time as me, Alice?
Oh. Same time accounting for delays. Maybe it'll confuse the player. Okay, catcher's mitt. The catcher may wear a leather mitt not more than 38 inches in circumference. Oh, what is this? Oh boy. Players Weekend nicknames under.
Yeah, I found a big list of.
Okay, there we go.
I found a big list of nicknames. I think these are ones that have appeared on jerseys.
Oh, these are fun. I like Big
Okay,
Salt.
no, I don't think that bread emoji and butter emoji have shown up on a jersey. We'll take that back. That would be incredible.
That fucking rules, though. I love bread and butter emoji. Oh, that's so good. Palm tree emoji.
Oh, during Players Weekend. Okay, so it's like
Ah.
relatively unofficial showing. That makes a lot more sense, but they should be able to just put emoji on their
It
jerseys.
should. Fucking Kess Daddy. A
Doogie.
bear.
Hookie and Doogie is really good. I know it's Hookie and Doogie, but
Mm-hmm. God. Pineapple's fun.
Faria.
Ooh, I like Phone Home.
Dave.
Dave. I see a baseball over there, but also I see the word baseball over there. Where should I go? That's good. That's really good.
Also, I want to point out in the chat, what's the word I'm looking for? The Discord chat that we're talking through. I sent y'all a picture of a painted bat that showed up in the Little League World Series.
Oh my god, that's so cute. Let me get that on screen. That's adorable. That's a very good painted bat.
They were able to bring them in because it's like Little Leagues.
Oh, that's so cute. Discord cooperate with me. There we go. Okay, save that. Let's get this. Let's get this. I want this. I want this. Meet Sondan. I love that this has just been in my, like, thing for a while now. Just this guy.
It's Sondan Baseball. They should be able to put that picture as the name.
Yeah! Yeah! That picture of a random fucking guy in Star Wars Galaxy's Legends Sondan for the Life Day special event. Anyway, this is the very cute baseball bat that I really like. That's so cute.
It's tight as hell. It's really good.
So good. I really like that the handle is the pencil lead. Yeah, it's good. It's good. The catcher may wear a leather mitt not more than 38 inches in circumference, nor more than 15.5 inches from top to bottom. Such limits shall include... Oh, Sondan picture was what was painted on the bat. That would roll. Your nickname must either be valid Unicode string or a low-quality JPEG. There it is! Such limits shall include all lacing and any leather band or facing attached to the outer edge of the mitt. The space between the thumb section and the finger section of the mitt shall not exceed 6 inches at the top of the mitt and 4 inches at the base of the thumb crotch. The what? I'm sorry, the thumb crotch?
I wish there was a baseball player named Thumb Crotch.
Putting that in our notes. Your nickname must be under 1 kilobyte in length. There we go. That's good. That's good. The web shall not measure more than 7 inches across the top or more than 6 inches from its top to the base of the thumb crotch. This is the worst combination of words. I don't like thinking about the thumb crotch. It's bad. This is bad. The web may
Straight people will be like,
yeah! The web may be either a lacing through leather tunnels, or a centerpiece of leather, which may be an extension of the palm, connected to the mitt with lacing and constructed so that it will not exceed any of the above-mentioned measurements. I recognize that they're using lacing to mean like, laces that you would tie things with. I do love the idea of it being like covered in like lace, like decorative lace frills. I think that'd be great.
So far, we haven't seen a rule against it.
True, as long as it stays within the size limitations. First baseman's glove. The first baseman may wear a leather glove or mitt not more than 13 inches long from top to bottom and not more than 8 inches wide across the palm, measured from... Hang on, is that longer than the catcher's mitt? That is a longer description than the catcher's mitt. Measured from the base of the thumb crotch... God, I hate it. To the outer edge of the mitt. The space between the thumb section and the finger section of the mitt shall not exceed 4 inches at the top of the mitt and 3.5 inches at the base of the thumb crotch. The mitt shall be constructed so that this space is permanently fixed and cannot be enlarged, extended, widened, or deepened by the use of any materials or process whatsoever. I don't think that's enforceable. I know enough about physics. I think that cannot be enlarged, extended, widened, or deepened by the use of any materials or process whatsoever is just fundamentally not possible. I'm enthused by that. The web of the mitt shall measure not more than 5 inches from its top to the base of the thumb crotch. The web may be either a lacing...
show up here.
What, sorry?
How many times does thumb crotch show up here? Actually, I have it. I can do a control F here and not...
Excellent. The web of the mitt shall... 6. Yeah. Maybe either lacing through leather tunnels, centerpiece of leather, blah, blah, blah. The webbing shall not be constructed of wound or wrapped lacing or deepened to make a net type of trap. The glove may be of any weight. Fielding gloves. Each fielder other than the catcher may use or wear a leather glove. The measurements covering size of glove shall be made by measuring front side or ball receiving side of glove. The tool or measuring tape shall be placed to contact the surface or feature of item being measured and follow all contours in the process. The glove shall not measure more than 13 inches from the tip of any one of the 4 fingers. Through the ball pocket to the bottom edge or heel of the glove. Ooh, use or wear? Where did it say that? I missed that. Oh yeah. Each fielder other than the catcher may use or wear a leather glove. Huh. What does it mean to use the glove without wearing it?
I think there was a case where somebody took their glove off and threw it at a ball that was rolling on the ground to stop it.
Oh my god.
I seem to remember this.
Oh fuck. Yeah. Throw the glove with the ball. I guess that's a thing.
Oh, several.
Several, okay.
I see at least 4 cases of this happening.
That just happens, okay. Glove shall measure more than 7 3/4 inches wide, measured from the inside seam at the base of first finger, along the base of other fingers to the outside edge of little finger, edge of glove. I love that the grammar kind of just, like, disintegrates in this sentence. To the outside edge of little finger, edge of glove. The space or area between the thumb and first finger, called crotch! Why do the gloves have a crotch? May be filled with leather webbing or backstop. The webbing may be constructed of 2 plies of standard leather to close the crotch area entirely. Or it may be constructed of a series of tunnels made of leather, or a series of panels made of leather, or of lacing leather thongs. Damn, you got leather thongs on your crotch?
Else before. Where have I heard this before?
The webbing may not be constructed of wound or wrapped lacing to make a net type of trap, when webbing is made to cover entire crotch area. It's funnier when it's not thumb crotch and it's just crotch. The webbing can be constructed so as to be flexible. Don't know why you're so unfazed by the thumb crotch. That's fair. That's fair. According to the MLB, a baseball glove is a chastity gauge. Holy shit, Jerry! You can't just fucking say shit like that. Jesus Christ.
You're not allowed to come in baseball. You gotta be a good player. There's no crying or coming in baseball.
These streams are intended for mature audiences. Good.
20 pages in.
Oh my god. When constructed of a series of sections, they must be joined together. These sections may not be constructed to allow depression to be... God damn it. To allow depression to be developed by curvatures in the section sides. The webbing shall be made to control the size of the crotch opening. The crotch opening... God damn it. Shall measure not more than 4.5 inches at the top, not more than 5 3/4 inches deep, and shall be 3.5 inches wide at its bottom. The opening of the crotch shall not be more than 4.5 inches at any point below its top. The webbing shall be secured at each side, and at the top and bottom of crotch. Okay,
How the fuck is the construction of the fielder's glove the horniest part of the baseball rulebook?
Fuck. The attachment is to be made with leather lacing. These connections are to be secured. If they stretch or become loose, they shall be adjusted to their proper condition. The glove can be of any weight. See Appendix 4 for a diagram of glove dimensions. Alright, chat, you ready to see the crotch? Time to go look at the crotch. No, 173. But it's probably 174. Nope, that's the layout of the pitching mound. Okay, well that's also useful. It's circle. It's circle. Oh, here we go. Ooh, got that hot crotch action on screen. Fucking, amazing. Amazing. Oh, we can't get into the strike zone yet. That's spoilers. Okay, we were like 20 pages in? Yeah. Yep, okay. Pitcher's glove. Oh, Pantone being name dropped here. Okay. The pitcher's glove may not, exclusive of piping, be white, gray, nor, in the judgment of an umpire, distracting in any manner. No fielder, regardless of position, may use a fielding glove that falls within a Pantone color set lighter than the current 14 series. No pitcher shall attach to his glove any foreign material of a color different from the glove. The umpire-in-chief shall cause a glove that violates Rules 3.07a or b to be removed from the game, either on his own initiative at the recommendation of another umpire, or upon complaint of the opposing manager that the umpire-in-chief agrees has merit. Umpire-in-chief.
I think we might learn about that later.
Gotcha. Helmets. A professional league shall adopt the following rules pertaining to the use of helmets. Yeah, only Pantone colors outside the range are not allowed. SRGB is fine. Yeah.
Oh, I almost forgot. I'm going back a bit here, but when it talked about the construction of the field, a conclusion to take from that, and something that's true, is that every MLB field is different in its dimensions. They're different sizes. The home run walls are of different heights, and some of them have weird little jaggedy bits, like towards the back walls, that can cause problems if the ball bounces off of them in weird ways.
Gotcha.
So, MLB stadiums, not uniform.
That is important to note. Let me get that in a... That's probably that notepad used up, so let's go ahead and make another. Copy, paste a reference. Copy, duplicate, remove all the text from it, rename it to Ball Notes 3, bump that down, move all this inside of there, move it all over. Yeah, we can put it there. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, MLB stadiums are not uniform. That is useful. Professional league shall adopt the following rule pertaining to the use of helmets. All players shall use some type of protective helmet while at bat and while running the bases. All players in the minor leagues shall wear a double ear flap helmet while at bat. All major league players must wear a single ear flap helmet, or at the player's option, a double ear flap helmet. Okay, what does a double or single ear flap helmet look like? I guess it's a helmet with an ear flap, but I'm like, oh, okay. I'm looking at this and like, oh, okay, now I have definitely seen. I'm now fascinated by the fact that you, like, why would you decide to just have one ear flap?
So it's easier to see, because if you're going up to bat, you're likely only batting from one particular side, so you don't really need it on the other side. And that just allows you more like vision when you're like running, and is a little more comfortable.
Okay, gotcha. Given 90-mile-per-hour balls, helmets seem important. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I'll talk about this once we get through the helmet sections, but yes, there's a story behind helmets a little bit.
Ah, yes. All catchers shall wear a catcher's protective helmet and face mask while receiving a pitch. And all base coaches shall wear a protective helmet while performing their duties. All bat/ball, boys or girls. Hey, look, shout out to girls. Girls exist. Perfect. Okay. Good. Important notes to take. Oh, wait. Yeah, do I have the virtual cam actually up in... I did not. There we go. Now you can see that in Discord, and that...
Great. I'm gonna close the Twitch stream I had open.
Yeah.
Watch things actually happen live to y'all's audio.
That's very reasonable. Sorry I didn't have that sooner.
All good.
Rule 308 comment. If the umpire observes any violation of these rules, he shall direct the violation to be corrected. If the violation is not corrected within a reasonable time, in the umpire's judgment, the umpire shall eject the offender from the game, and disciplinary action, as appropriate, will be recommended. Okay, do you want to get into explaining what the story behind helmets then, before we get to undue commercialization?
Yes, let's do a quick version here. Ray Chapman was a baseball player. He was a shortstop. He was pretty good. This also ties in with the not being able to intentionally alter the ball, which was not the case up until 1920, when Ray Chapman died of being struck in the head by a baseball that presumably he could not see because it was camouflaged by dirt and tobacco and other stuff. It's reported that when it struck his head, it was loud enough that some players thought it hit his bat. He died 12 hours later. Immediately following that, they're called spitballs when you like alter a ball in ways that are now illegal. Spitballs were made illegal the following season. 30 years later, the helmet was introduced as mandatory in MLB.
God.
Baseball.
I did know this fact, but I really, like, it does... There is a real, like... So for 30 years, they were like, alright, these spitballs are a problem, let's get rid of those, and then spend 30 years being like, if you get hit in the head with a baseball, it's just a skill issue. Like...
It was largely like players were pushing back against it because they thought that it like reduced their ability to play the game. They thought that it would slow them down and distract them, and they couldn't see.
Right. And they didn't even unban the spitball after helmets. Yeah!
Yeah.
SMH. Also, yeah, bat boys, bat girls, ball boys, and ball girls are all the four genders.
Yeah.
Undue commercialization. Playing equipment, including but not limited to the bases, pitcher's plate, baseball, bats, uniforms, catcher's mitts, first baseman's gloves, infielders' and outfielders' gloves, and protective helmets, as detailed in the provisions of this rule, shall not contain any undue commercialization of the product. Designations by the manufacturer on any such equipment must be in good taste as to the size and content of the manufacturer's logo or the brand name of the item. The provisions of this Rule 309 shall apply to professional leagues only.
Oh, quick note about helmets that I almost forgot. You'll notice if we pay close attention to the helmet section, there is no provision saying that pitchers have to wear helmets, even though the ball is being hit back in their general direction at 100 plus miles an hour regularly.
Great. Also, yeah, it's fucking weird that players thought hitting the ball was higher priority than not dying. Yeah! This is the kind of thing that like, I hear about and I'm like, boy, baseball, huh? Note, manufacturers who plan innovative changes in baseball equipment for professional baseball leagues should submit same to Major League Baseball prior to production.
Only if they're innovative.
Yeah. Don't innovate. You'd think, but watch your dad using a table saw. God. Baseball players can have and will die for baseball. Man. Members of the offensive team, this is equipment on the field, shall carry all gloves and other equipment off the field and to the dugout while their team is at bat. No equipment shall be left lying on the field, either in fair or foul territory. The use of any markers on the field that create a tangible reference system on the field is prohibited. Out-of-native changes do not require permissions. You assume all dads use table saws unsafely, even if their own fucking daughter maimed herself on one. Youch! Yeah, I believe that though. Dads do have a propensity for unsafe behaviors, in my experience at least. But yeah, okay, so you can't mark the field, in any way between things when you're like, yeah, that's notable. Can't write Greg rules okay on the field. That would create too much of a reference system.
Reference to a great game that is. Heyo.
4.0 Game Preliminaries. Umpire duties. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Before the game begins, the umpire shall require strict observance of all rules governing implements of play and equipment of players. Be sure that all playing lines, heavy lines on appendices number 1 and 2, are marked with lime, chalk, or other white material easily distinguishable from the ground or grass. C. Receive from the home club a supply of regulation baseballs, the number and make to be certified by the home club by the office of the commissioner. The umpire shall inspect the baseballs and ensure they are regulation baseballs and that they are properly rubbed so that the gloss is removed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do people know about the MLB mud? I think y'all know. I think I've told Joe.
I think you've told me a little bit about this, but I don't know if chat knows.
Yeah, so there's secret MLB mud somewhere in, like, I think New Jersey, if I remember correctly. There's just this mud that some guy found and was like, this is perfect for adding grip to baseballs. And so he keeps his location a secret. Still only, like, one family knows where it is. They go out and harvest it, like, every year or so, and don't make a lot of money off of it, weirdly, even though they have, like, a monopoly on it, and MLB relies on it deeply and has been unable to replace it to, like, players' satisfaction. Climate change is happening, and that's threatening the secret MLB mud.
The worst outcome of climate change, truly.
How will this affect baseball? I ask this regularly.
Oh, can you play baseball underwater? Actually, nothing in the rules about the field says that it can't be underwater.
Yeah, they haven't.
It would be hard
No
to
rule
chalk
says a
it.
fish can't play baseball.
Yeah, there we go. We have to prevent global warming to protect the mud. That might be the only way to get the conservatives on board with it. We found the secret. Global warming is against the rules of baseball. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a single, like, hardworking family that, like, goes out and harvests the mud, and importantly, they get underpaid. This is stuff conservatives love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So we have to inspect the baseballs, ensure that they are regulation and that they are properly rubbed so that the gloss is removed. The umpire shall be the sole judge of the fitness of the balls to be used in the game. The fitness of the balls is a very funny phrase.
Fitness balls in your mouth.
Fuck. Be assured by the home club that at least 12 regulation reserve balls are immediately available for use if required. Have in his possession at least 2 alternate balls and shall require replenishment of such supply of alternate balls as needed throughout the game. Such alternate balls shall be put in play when 1. A ball has been batted out of the playing field or into the spectator area. 2. A ball has become discolored or unfit for further use. Or 3. The pitcher requests such alternate ball. So, the pitcher puts an alternate ball into play when either the ball is no longer reachable, or it is unfit for use, or the pitcher says so. Fuck you. Which, yeah, okay. Rule 4.101E comment. The umpire shall not give an alternate ball to the pitcher until play has ended and the previously used ball is dead. After a thrown or batted ball goes out of the playing field, play shall not be resumed with an alternate ball until the runners have reached the bases to which they are entitled. After a home run is hit out of the playing grounds, the umpire shall not deliver a new ball to the pitcher or catcher until the batter hitting the home run has crossed the plate. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Every pitch would be a ball, so it'd stay in the first inning with the visiting team, having runs walked in indefinitely. Yeah, totally. Also, feel free to, like, interrupt me to talk to chat if you feel like verbally replying to people.
Sometimes I think it's funnier to, like, type out an answer.
That's totally fair, too. The pitcher cannot request a new ball in the middle of play. Yeah, that's true. Ensure that an official rosin bag is placed on the ground behind the pitcher's plate prior to the start of each game. The umpire-in-chief... Wait.
That has been a point of contention. An official rosin bag. Because a player named Max Scherzer was ejected from a game and suspended during this past season because his hands were too sticky. Now, it was like largely agreed that he used entirely legal substances, the rosin and sunscreen and sweat, just like his own sweat, made it very sticky. But I think the point of contention that MLB stuck with was that he used rosin that was in the dugout and not the official rosin bag that was placed behind the mound.
Incredible.
Baseball.
Right, because you can put rosin on your hands, you just can't put it on the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. Imagine getting penalized for being too sticky. Happens to me all the time. The umpire-in-chief shall order the playing field lights turned on whenever, in his opinion, darkness makes further play in daylight hazardous. Okay, yeah, that's normal. Field manager. The club shall designate the manager to the office of the commissioner or the umpire-in-chief not less than 30 minutes before the scheduled starting time of the game. The manager may advise the umpire-in-chief that he has delegated specific duties prescribed by the rules to a player or coach, and any action of such designated representative shall be official. The manager shall always be responsible for his team's conduct, observance of the official rules, and deference to the umpires. If a manager leaves the field, he shall designate a player or coach as his substitute, and such substitute manager shall have the duties, rights, and responsibilities of the manager. If the manager fails or refuses to designate his substitute before leaving, the umpire-in-chief shall designate a team member as the substitute manager. Interesting. So basically, most of this is just, yeah, the manager can just kind of leave. That's fine. Which is kind of funny.
Do that right out. of games pretty often. A lot of times they will like jump in the way of their player if their player is starting to argue with the umpire and get themselves thrown out instead of the player. Because the player is sort of more directly valuable to the game.
Okay.
There was a study. Some people think that a manager getting ejected from the game could like motivate a team and fire them up. Like, oh man, that was cool. We should play baseball really good. And it's found that like not particularly. They don't particularly get better after an umpire is thrown out. But it did lead to this really wonderful list of manager ejection reasons, including things like ordering flowers to be sent to an umpire, and and hiding the baseball from the umpires.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's a good list. I'm gonna have to look at that list.
Yeah, I'll find it really quick. I think one of them was like doing a mocking comedy routine. The umpire.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. So yeah, throw themselves in the way of the throw out gesture. You gotta like taking a bullet. You like jump in front of them. Exchange of lineup cards. Unless the home club shall have given previous notice that the game has been postponed or will be delayed in starting, the umpire or umpires shall enter the playing field 5 minutes before the hour set for the game to begin and proceed directly to home base, where they shall be met by the managers of the opposing teams. In sequence. First, the home manager or his designee shall give his batting order to the umpire-in-chief in duplicate. To be fair, the mocking comedy routine was probably some imperceptible body language thing. I don't know, with how wild baseball is, I wouldn't be surprised if if that was a manager that just had a fucking puppet and was a ventriloquist. I believe anything about baseball. Next, the visiting manager or his designee shall give his batting order to the umpire-in-chief in duplicate. As a courtesy, each lineup card is presented to the umpire-in-chief. Each lineup card presented to the umpire-in-chief should list the fielding positions to be played by each player in the batting order. If a designated hitter is to be used, the lineup card shall designate which hitter is to be the designated hitter. See Rule 511A. As a courtesy, I went to look up how to watch baseball, and it feels like it's set up to make sure no one can or wants to watch it.
Oh god, this is a whole thing. We'll find a way to get in contact later. There are ways to illegally stream baseball that you should never do, and I'll tell you how to stay away from later. But blackouts. Basically, some media companies have exclusive rights to teams. So if I want to watch a game in which the Blue Jays are playing, because I'm in Canada, I have to pay a specific company to do that, as opposed to just like MLB.com. Like I can watch any other two teams play together on MLB.com, except for the Blue Jays. If the Blue Jays are involved, I have to pay, I forget which, but some like channel.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'm so glad that in the age of the internet and streaming services, that everything is fine and normal in the sports world.
I sent y'all the list of umpire ejections. There's 2 of them. A few here that stand out. Called umpire, quote, a fat dub. Challenging fan to fight. Mimicking umpire in comedy act. Bringing umbrella to protest weather. There's some good ones.
Oh, I like that flowers delivered is showing up umpire, parentheses, flowers delivered.
Yes.
Fighting, parentheses, arrested by police.
Yeah, this happened a few times.
Called third strike, parentheses, made faces.
Threw helmet twice.
Continued argument from previous week. Call at 2B, held nose. Distracting Ted Williams during AB. These are so good. Oh. Arguing with a spectator, refusing to stop talking to fans before a game. Call at HP, reversed, faked fainting.
Presumed laughing at umpire.
Presumed. Did the umpire have flowers too, but they weren't as nice? That's a good question.
Way balls rubbed before game. This is so we could get distracted with this for hours.
Oh, it's so good. Arguing for rain stoppage is really good. Throwing food onto the field.
Turning umpire's camp around during argument.
National anthem standoff. National anthem standoff again.
So national anthem standoffs are really fun. It's where I often see it with players when I see it, but like a player on each team agrees, okay, we're going to do a national anthem standoff. And they go and they stand for the national anthem because being a baseball player requires you to be patriotic. Mm-hmm. But when it ends, they don't sit down. They just stand there at the edge of the field with their caps on their hearts. And they just stay there. And whoever leaves first loses. And there's usually fines involved, and they're usually thrown out. But
that's great.
They kind of just stand there anyways and just leave at their own pace.
Oh, I see. Robbie Ray and Luke Weaver were on the same day in 2022 National Anthem standoff. So yeah, that was both of them being kicked out for that. Obscene language. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Arguing right, for ejection of opposing pitcher.
Oh my god. Incredible. Some good baseball stuff. Good baseball stuff.
There's been organ players that have been ejected for playing Three Blind Mice after an umpire blows a call.
Incredible. Where were we? Okay. Lineup
for
card.
Ableism.
Well, there you go. If a designated hitter is to be used, the lineup card shall designate which hitter is to be the designated hitter. See Rule 511A. As a courtesy, potential substitute players should also be listed, but the failure to list a potential substitute player shall not make such a potential substitute player ineligible to enter the game. Just leave like one of the keys down when you leave. In accordance with Major League Baseball Rule 2B2, each Major League club must designate on its lineup card in advance of that game each player eligible to play in the game as a pitcher, a position player, or a two-way player as follows. From opening day through August 31st of the championship season and during postseason games, Major League clubs may designate a maximum of 13 pitchers for a game. From September 1st through the end of the championship season, including any tiebreaker games, Major League clubs may designate a maximum of 14 pitchers for a game. Players who qualify as two-way players under Major League Rule 2B2 may appear as pitchers during a game without counting towards a club's pitcher limitations.
Would you like to know?
Oh yeah.
Would you like to know how many players qualify as two-way players? I know this number off the top of my head.
Oh boy, so it's either two or all of them.
It's one.
Oh, there you go.
There's one player in Major League Baseball who has ever qualified as a two-way player. His name is Shohei Ohtani, and he was just signed to the Los Angeles Dodgers for $700 million.
Hell yeah. And he just doesn't count as a pitcher.
Basically, you can let him pitch without him having to count toward the pitcher count.
Damn. One guy.
One fucking guy.
God. Imagine being the baseball player with the rule exception that may as well just say you can just have Shohei Ohtani be you're a pitcher during your game without counting towards the pitcher limitation. That's great. That's amazing. I love baseball.
I love that they made a rule that was like, no, this is just cool though. This is cool. You gotta let them. That's cool, man. Ah, it's cool.
No player on the lineup card other than those designated as two-way players or pitchers by the club may appear in a championship season or postseason game as a pitcher, except that any player may appear as a pitcher A, following the 9th inning of an extra inning game, B, in any game in which his team is losing by equal to or more than 8 runs, or C, in any game in which his team is winning by equal to or more than 10 runs in the 9th inning when the player enters as a pitcher, provided, however, that any player added to the active list as a 27th player prior to September 1st shall not count towards the maximum of 13 pitchers. That's a lot. Okay, so you can't... Yeah, you have to have a pitcher or Shohei Ohtani, in, like, those are the only people allowed to be in a championship or postseason game as a pitcher, unless it's after following the 9th inning, so that's after the 9th inning of an extra inning game.
Yep.
Or in any game in which the team is losing by more than equal to or more than 8 runs.
Mhm.
So, fucking 8 points behind, it's like, alright, fuck it, the rules don't matter anymore, go ahead. Or in any game in which the team is... Or you're winning really hard.
Yeah.
Winning really hard in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
This is fun. Sometimes you get like a player that doesn't pitch that strikes out like the best player on the other team.
Oh, that's great.
rules. That's really, really fun.
That's real good. The umpire-in-chief shall make certain that the original and copies of the respective batting orders are identical, and then tender a copy of each batting order to the opposing manager. The copy retained by the umpire shall be the official batting order. The tender of the batting order by the umpire shall establish the batting orders. Thereafter, no substitutions shall be made by either manager except as provided in the rules. And as soon as the home team's batting order is handed to the umpire-in-chief, the umpires are in charge of the playing field, and from that moment, the umpire-in-chief shall have sole authority to determine when a game shall be called, suspended, or resumed on account of weather or the condition of the playing field. The umpire-in-chief shall not call the game until at least 30 minutes after he has suspended play. The umpire-in-chief may continue the suspension so long as he believes there is any chance to resume play. I'm noting a thing here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm noting that the umpire-in-chief could simply not call the game ever. I feel like if Floridian would do this. No, it's okay, guys. It's okay, guys. The hurricane will pass. We'll just chill here. We'll just chill here for a sec.
Waffle House-ass baseball game.
Yeah, exactly. Could you construct a Waffle House big enough to play baseball in? Probably.
That's the Rangers Stadium. Kind of.
I see.
I think, am I right? The Rangers Stadium is the only indoor.
Ah, I see. Oh, did you mean the Globe Life Field, as Wikipedia calls it?
Fucking sponsorship. No, it is a retractable roof. It's just square-shaped walls for some reason.
Huh.
It feels kind of like a better lit Costco.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Interesting. Well, yeah. Yeah, I think they should construct a Waffle House that you can play baseball in.
I mean, strictly speaking, you could play baseball in any Waffle House because they let you play with the rules if you're not an MLB here.
That's true. True.
You could just play baseball.
You can just play baseball inside a Waffle House. What if we kissed in the better lit Costco and we were both two-way players? Shohei Ohtani self-cessed fic.
I need to Google something really quick here. Because I've heard, like, fans of Shohei being interviewed that are fans in the exact same way that, like, people are fans of K-pop bands. I know there's Shohei Ohtani fanfic that I've never read.
But is there Shohei Ohtani self-cessed fic? Is this the thing we're looking into?
Archive of our own. God. Have not visited this website before, genuinely.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's got a really robust tagging system, so if you just look for, let me, archiveofourown.org. Yeah, you basically should be able to just search, like, Shohei Ohtani, and then, okay, let me try this. Shohei, is it?
Oh, do you know how to spell Shohei Ohtani? Let me put that
yes.
in the tag real quick.
Yeah. It's with an OH on the...
Yes.
Ohtani. Yeah. I got it then.
See, I'm having trouble typing, like, knowing how to spell self-cessed.
Usually just as one word pulls it up. Let's see. So, but I'm gonna actually do... Okay, tags, characters, Shohei Ohtani. Okay. Relationships. What if I... Does self-cess show up as a relationship tag? No. Is it an additional tags? No. Wait. How do we find... I actually don't know what the self-cessed AO... Oh, it's with a hyphen. But it looks like it is in the additional tags section, so... Yeah, here we go. Okay, search. No results found! Damn.
Hey, there's a gap in the market.
There really is.
Somebody get on that and, like, rack up the view counts.
There is, to note, 102 Shohei Ohtani fics.
Well, I gotta start doing analytics on these stories and the tags and the other players that show up on them sometime.
Yeah,
like,
the first one I see, it's shipping with a figure skater, Yuzuru Hanyu. Fascinating stuff. AO3 is truly a land. It is a place. Where were we? Right, yes. The umpire-in-chief may continue the suspension so long as he believes there is any chance to resume play. Nothing in this rule is intended to affect a club's ability to suspend or resume any game pursuant to a policy governing severe weather, significant weather threats, and lightning safety that has been filed with the league office prior to the championship season.
Lightning safety. There was a player that has been struck by lightning.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and I think the 20s, he started to be carried off the field and insisted he finished pitching the last inning.
Amazing. Umpire-in-chief can say that there's still a chance forever. Yes, exactly. Rule 403 comment. Obvious errors in the batting order, which are noticed by the umpire-in-chief before he calls play for the start of the game, should be called to the attention of the manager or captain of the team in error, so the correction can be made before the game starts. For example, if a manager has inadvertently listed only 8 men in the batting order, or has listed 2 players with the same last name but without an identifying initial, and the errors are noticed before the by the umpire before he calls play, he shall cause such error or errors to be corrected before he calls play to start the game. Teams should not be trapped later by some mistake that obviously was inadvertent and which can be corrected before the game starts. The umpire-in-chief shall at all times try to complete a game. His authority is to resume play following 1 or more suspensions of as much as 30 minutes each shall be absolute, and he shall terminate a game only when there appears to be no possibility of completing it. This is umpire-in-chief deciding that a game shall go on music. Truly. Baseball already has eternal states it can enter, so why not? The umpire-in-chief should be allowed to make an eternal game too. You're right. The major leagues have determined that Rule 403E does not apply to any Wild Card, Division Series, League Championship Series, or World Series game, or for any additional Major League Champion season game played to break a tie. So the umpire-in-chief loses sole authority in specific cases. 404, weather and
specific
field
kinds of
conditions.
games. It
Yeah.
seems.
Weather and field conditions. The home team shall be the sole judge as to whether a game shall not be started because of unsuitable weather conditions or the unfit condition of the playing field, except for the second game of a conventional or split doubleheader. Nothing in this rule is intended to affect a club's ability to suspend or resume any game pursuant to a policy governing severe weather, significant weather threats, and lightning safety that has been filed with the league office prior to the championship season. This is interesting. So this is the second time they've said this. This thing of, like, a club is allowed to suspend or resume a game if they already filed prior to the championship season something about severe weather.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long time out to do that.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. Exception. The Office of the Commissioner may suspend the applications of this rule as to a league or leagues during the closing weeks of the championship season in order to assure the championship is decided each year on its merits. When the postponement of and possible failure to play a game in the final series of the championship season between any two teams might affect the final standing of any club in the league, the Office of the Commissioner, on appeal from any league club, may assume the authority granted by the home team in this rule, may assume the authority granted the home team by this rule. It's a policy, weather does not change in nature very often. Yeah. The umpire-in-chief of the first game shall be the sole judge as to whether the second game of a conventional or split doubleheader shall not be started because of unsuitable weather conditions or the unfit condition of the playing field. Not like we have to worry about entirely new forms of unsafe weather. That's a good point. Okay.
Well,
yeah, it's not really like baseball can be prepared for cloudy with a chance of meatballs to just happen. A postponed game shall be a no game and shall be treated in the same manner as a game called before it has become a regulation game within meaning of Rule 701E. What are you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say there's just gonna be more weather as we go forward if we don't change something.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yippee! Love weather. I'm gonna scroll through and just check how much rules. Okay, I think that a break when we get to Section 5 playing the game is a good place to, like, take a break. Does 9/11 count as a new form of unsafe weather? Great question.
There was a game played during 9/11, and I'm gonna do some research to see if I can find out what happened.
God. I mean... Yeah, Alright, catch you later, Pack Bats. Thank you so much for dropping in. It has been very fun baseballing, and it will continue to be fun to baseball.
Have a nice night.
Okay, so we were at... Yes. 405 Special Ground Rules. The manager of the home team shall present to the umpire-in-chief and the opposing manager any ground rules he thinks necessary covering the overflow of spectators upon the playing field, batted or thrown balls into such overflow, or any other contingencies. If these rules are acceptable to the opposing manager, they shall be legal. If these rules are unacceptable to the opposing manager, the umpire-in-chief shall make and enforce any special ground rules he thinks are made necessary by ground conditions, which shall not conflict with the official playing rules. Okay. So if both the managers on both teams agree with yeah, any ground rules he thinks necessary covering the overflow of spectators upon the playing field, batted or thrown balls into such overflow, or any other contingencies. Overflow of spectators is a hell of a phrase. Like,
It used to happen a lot more. Fans used to try to run out onto the field.
Okay, right.
Fucking tackled by that now. Should we find the video here?
Yeah, I mean, this is also, like, a thing in football, right?
Yeah.
There's like a section that's really close to the field for the seating.
Mhm. Oh, and basketball rather.
Yeah. Right. Basketball makes a lot of sense because I have seen how small a basketball court is and how people are placed around it. Cool. Yeah, and so if there's any extra rules that need to happen there, if the opposing manager agrees, then yep, we rule those rules, and if the opposing manager disagrees, umpire says so. 406 to 408C. 406, no fraternization. Players in uniform shall not address or mingle with spectators, nor sit in the stands before, during, or after a game. No manager, coach, or player shall address any spectator before or during a game. Players of opposing teams shall not fraternize at any time while in uniform.
Wow, that's weird because all of that happens all the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet that just happens.
I think that's a rule there so that they have something to cover, like what you're doing is actually like interrupting the game or causing a problem, and so we don't have to we can just like fire this off whenever we actually want to.
Yeah. 407 security. No person shall be allowed on the playing field during a game except players and coaches in uniform, managers, news photographers authorized by the home team, umpires, officers of the law in uniform, and watchmen or other employees of the home club. The home team shall provide police protection sufficient to preserve order. If a person or persons enter the playing field... Excuse me, I have the hiccups. During a game and interfere in any way with the play, the visiting team may refuse to play until the field is cleared. Wrong. No games were played during 9/11. Most games were almost delayed, and for a while the Yankees were America's team and Diamondbacks were the Taliban. Baseball. Yeah, Watchmen is an interesting terminology, but I mean, I guess if you're talking about like employed security for your game and separating them distinctly from police, calling them watchmen is a thing, I guess. What we're seeing here is that baseball is inherently pro-cop. That's a bad look. So I am to understand, and Izzy, correct me if I'm wrong on this, that a lot of umpires are ex-cops.
I've been told this. I haven't really done research to confirm it. I've kind of just like read this online.
Yeah, I heard this on the Remap Radio Sports sub podcast that they have, and like and they talked about it as definitely being reflected in the attitudes of many umpires. So
I just sent y'all a political cartoon that y'all should really take a look at because y'all thought I was joking.
Holy shit! That yeah. Wow, the real World Series, Yankees versus Diamondbacks. That's our generic Uncle Sam type cartoon, and versus a snake labeled the Taliban.
Yep.
Okay. Baseball is certainly something.
Baseball's so normal.
If the field is not clear, this is a penalty. If the field is not cleared in a reasonable length of time, which shall in no case be less than 15 minutes after the visiting team's refusal to play, the umpire-in-chief may forfeit the game to the visiting team. That's what we had before the MCU! That's good. 408, doubleheaders. A1. Only 2 championships games shall be played on one date. Completion of suspended games shall not violate this rule, except for games in the minor leagues. See Rule 702B comment. If 2 games are scheduled to be played for one admission on one date, the first game shall be the regularly scheduled game for that date. B. After the start of the game, of the first game of a conventional or split doubleheader, that game shall be completed before the second game of the doubleheader shall begin. Understandable, but you sure did have to specify that. Hello, Wolfie. Good to see you in chat. And we are learning about baseball here. We're reading the MLB rules. It's very important.
Hello.
Yeah, the first game has to be done before the second game in the same field can begin, which does make sense. But I want to live in the other world.
I have listened to a podcast where they tried to discuss, like, what would it be like if we tried to play 2 baseball games at the same time on the same field.
Oh my god. It's such a fascinating idea. The second game of a doubleheader shall start 30 minutes after the first game is completed, unless a longer interval, not to exceed 45 minutes, is declared by the umpire-in-chief and announced to the opposing managers at the end of the first game. Exception. Have a good read and enjoy this one. Yeah. Thank you very much for listening and lurking. Good to see you in chat. If the Office of the Commissioner has approved a request of the home club for a longer interval between games for some special event, the umpire-in-chief shall declare such longer interval and announce it to the opposing managers. The umpire-in-chief of the first game shall be the timekeeper controlling the interval between games. Cool, so that's just... It can't be longer than 45 minutes and must be about 30 minutes, but it can be longer if they made a request for a special event. Makes sense. The umpire shall start the second game of a doubleheader, if at all possible, and play shall continue as long as ground conditions, local time restrictions, or weather permit. When a regularly scheduled doubleheader is delayed in starting for any cause, any game that is started is the first game of the doubleheader. Huh. Wait. What does this mean? When a regularly scheduled doubleheader is delayed in starting for any cause, any game that is started is the first game of the doubleheader.
I guess it means
so
you can't skip it?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, you can't play the second game first. That makes sense. Okay. When a rescheduled game is part of a doubleheader, the rescheduled game shall be the second game, and the first game shall be the regularly scheduled game for that date. Huh. Okay, yeah. So only reschedule the second game and not the first one. First game gets priority, seems to be the main rule here. Yep. Between games of a doubleheader, or whenever a game is suspended because of the unfitness of the playing field, does it? Aside from identity, what's the difference between the games? It's the same teams, right?
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to think through. I don't understand what they're saying here.
It is a mystery. Whenever a game is suspended because of the unfitness of the playing field, the umpire-in-chief shall have control of groundkeepers and assistants for the purpose of making the playing field fit for play. Penalty. For violation, the umpire-in-chief may forfeit the game to the visiting team. Whew, okay. This is a good break opportunity. We are finally at Section 5. Playing the game.
Play ball?
It kind of seems like a tautology. The first game is the first game. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Alright, we're going to go ahead and cut to the AFK screen here. And apparently not have... there we go.
Woo, there I am.
Yeah. You were partly under the thing.
It was cold up there.
Yeah, unfortunately, the void outside of my OBS layout is kind of frigid. I don't think it's a good idea to stay out there too long, but luckily we got you back in. All right.
Yeah, I'm good.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go get myself some more to drink and some snacking.
See everyone later. Okay, I guess I could talk about, because we mentioned Shohei Ohtani earlier. Shohei Ohtani is very good at playing baseball and is thereby very valuable as a player. This is why, spoiler alert, at the end of this story, ultimately, he gets signed to the Los Angeles Dodgers for $700 million. But before that, his contract had ended with the Los Angeles Angels. So people didn't know where he was going to sign. People had always expected the Dodgers, and they were right. But the question was up in the air. Where is Shohei going to sign? It wasn't going to be with the Angels again, because they have been very bad at running a baseball team for a while now. So my team, the Seattle Mariners, were up there. The Blue Jays were up there. The Braves were up there. There's a lot of teams that were sort of in contention to get Shohei. So at one point, the GM for the Blue Jays doesn't show up to the winter meetings, which is like all the managers and GMs from the teams meet up with each other and do press releases and talk to each other about trades and stuff. And he doesn't physically show up for the first day. So people start to think, well, what could be more important than the winter meetings? And people realize, oh, Shohei Ohtani is more important than the winter meetings. And so people start to speculate that he's meeting with Shohei, who Shohei and his agent have been very secretive about not just Shohei's personal life, but where he plans to sign. To the extent that they have announced, if anything leaks about him meeting with or dealing with teams, they will hold that against the team when deciding where to sign. But people speculate this. It's not announced officially anywhere. Later, a baseball journalist tweets out, "I've heard from my sources that Shohei is going to announce where he's playing imminently, maybe as soon as today." So people are excited. They've been waiting for this for a long time. It's taken a lot longer than people expected. And so people are rabid with excitement at this point. There's speculation, there's talks. People start looking up chartered flight logs to see if any flights have left from his hometown in Orange County to a baseball city. And there is one. One has left going to Toronto. So at this point, a good chunk of Twitter has convinced themselves that Shohei is going to sign with the Toronto Blue Jays. And there's a fervor for that. People are arguing about whether or not Shohei is on that plane. Then the opera singer enters the story. This is like some opera singer comes in and says that he saw that Yusei Kikuchi, a pitcher for the Blue Jays, rented out a sushi restaurant, 50 spaces, that is right near Blue Jays Stadium. So people are even more excited. Canadians especially, like, oh my god, he's here to celebrate the signing with Shohei. This rules, this is incredible. There is a baseball writer that tweets out, I've heard from my sources, Shohei is definitely not signing with the Dodgers. Meaning his number 2 would be the Blue Jays. There is a fervor at this point. I think like some hockey players are already congratulating Shohei on coming to play in Canada. Then things start to dampen as a bunch of other writers come in and say, no, we've heard from his sources. He's like not about to announce the Blue Jays. We should all calm down a little bit. The plane lands. It turns out that is not Shohei Ohtani on that plane. That is one of the judges from Shark Tank, who gets off to an absolute media frenzy as cameras and video cameras and reporters are swarming the plane. He has hopefully been informed by his people at this point about what he's about to land with, but who can say? And people ask Yusei Kikuchi about the sushi restaurant, and he basically says, I never rented out a sushi restaurant at all. The next day, not even on a press release, just on his own Instagram account, Shohei Ohtani announces that he has signed with the Dodgers for $700 million. A lot of Canadians are very sad. The story doesn't end there. The $700 million contract is weird in that $680 million of it is deferred until after he's done playing with the Dodgers. So he's going to play with the Dodgers over the course of 10 years and be paid $2 million a year during that time. Then over the next 10 years after that, after he's done playing for them, he is paid out the remaining $680 million. This allows the team to have Shohei Ohtani on their team while still having plenty of budget left for other players that they can keep or sign. This also means that technically Shohei is being paid a lot less than $700 million because of equivalency with inflation and stuff. But for a lot of reasons, he is not particularly concerned about that. I think he's fine. People freak out a little bit because it's like they found a loophole to have a great player without having to put a ton of budget into it. There's discourse. There's always discourse. Yeah, that's more or less the Shohei Ohtani story. He's injured right now. He will not be able to pitch until next season, not this upcoming, but he will be a defensive hitter in this upcoming season. So we'll see how things go. That's my baseball story.
I have popcorn. Yeah, let me know if you want some. I'll just kind of throw it at you.
Yeah, just like hook it really hard.
Alright, back down to 30% volume. Maybe even 20 for this song. 25 is fine. Okay. Oh, I forgot my sparkling lemonade. One second. Oh. Okay, let me get my headphones back on. The mouse can hear. I better damn well be able to with these fucking big ears. Okay. We're back. And, I think it's ready to read Section 5.01, starting the game. Play ball! A. At the time set for beginning the game, the players of the home team shall take their defensive positions. The first batter of the visiting team shall take his position in the batter's box. The umpire-in-chief shall call play, and the game shall start. After the umpire calls play, the ball is alive. Alright, that's important.
Supporting our Christian baby theory.
But the Christian baby only comes to life after the umpire calls play, which is interesting. I guess this is kind of a resurrection.
Is the Christian baby Jesus?
Is the Christian baby Jesus? I mean, that is a Christian kind of baby. If it's just Jesus Christ himself.
I've heard tell Christ was a baby once.
I think this actually may solve our other problem of like the materials that a Christian baby is made of, because if it's possible to eat communion wafers and they become the body of Christ, and drink wine and it becomes the blood of Christ, then you could hit a baseball and it becomes the body of Christ. I think that this is not unsound.
So I have like some Union wafer sheep. Some wafer sheets that have not been blessed yet.
Okay.
Just kind of upstairs. So that's a fun fact. I'm gonna quickly look up how the wafers are blessed and see if you can use a baseball bat in a game to do that.
Can you make a communion communion baseball? That's very important. The ball is alive and in play and remains alive and in play until for legal cause, or at the umpire's call of time suspending play, the ball becomes dead. Yeah, there's a lot of resurrecting the ball then, I guess. Okay. Sorry. Oh, my God. My entire body. The pitcher shall deliver the pitch to the batter, who may elect to strike the ball or who may not offer at it as he chooses. Offer at it presumably meaning swinging? But you could choose not to?
Yes.
Gotcha. Right. Yeah. Okay.
We'll probably get definitions later of what is and isn't a swing.
Fielding positions. When the ball is put in play, at the start of or during a game, all fielders other than the catcher shall be on fair territory. The catcher shall station himself directly back of the plate. He may leave his position at any time to catch a pitch or to make a play, except that when the batter is being given an intentional base on balls, the catcher must stand with both feet within the lines of the catcher's box until the ball leaves the pitcher's hand. Penalty, balk. Without any context or definitions, penalty, balk is very good. What song is this? What is this from? Oh, this is from Super Chipmunk. Okay, hell yeah.
I'm not getting the songs through the Discord.
Oh, right. I forgot every time that the music actually like fully stops and not just pauses, that it stops coming through. There you go.
This is pretty tight.
Yeah. The pitcher, while in the act of delivering the ball to the batter, shall take his legal position. Infielder positioning. Any fielder other than the pitcher and the catcher may station himself anywhere in fair territory except as described by below.
This is where Alice and I guess argued, sure. Argued, but fist fought.
Gotcha. At the time the pitcher is on the rubber and begins the natural movement associated with the delivery of the ball to the batter, the defensive team must have a minimum of 4 players, in addition to the pitcher and the catcher, with both feet completely in front of the outer boundary of the infield dirt. 2, at the time the pitcher releases the ball for delivery to the batter, the defensive team must have a minimum of 4 players. Oh, so both teams must have a minimum of 4 players, in addition to the pitcher and the catcher, with both feet completely... Oh, but they're in... Yeah, both feet completely in front of the outer boundary of the infield dirt, both feet completely in front of the outer boundary of the infield dirt, at least 2 of which must be positioned with both feet entirely on each side of second base. 3.
That's one of the new rules that was introduced in 2023. That it used to be that you could shift players around and have, say, 3 players on the left side of second base if you knew that a batter tends to drive balls in that direction.
I see.
So now you have to have 2 players on either side of second base, making the shift much more difficult and defensive play sort of less effective.
Gotcha. 3. From the first time the pitcher releases the ball to deliver the first pitch to the first batter of a half inning. That's a lot of firsts. The 2 infielders on each side of second base may not switch sides or move to a position other than their side of the infield for the entirety of that inning. Notwithstanding the foregoing, any infielder may switch sides, move to any other position at the time of a substitution for one of the defensive players, other than a pitching change that substitutes the pitcher for a player not already in the game. Any player who legally replaces an infielder during an inning may not switch sides or move to a position other than their side of the infield from the time the pitcher releases the ball to deliver the first pitch following the substitution to the end of that half inning, except upon the occurrence of a subsequent substitution during that half inning. We got a comment here on that. Umpires should bear in mind that the purpose of the infielder positioning rule is to prevent the defense from having more than 2 infielders on either side of second base in an effort to anticipate where the batter will hit the ball prior to the delivery of the pitch. If, in the judgment of the umpire, any fielder attempts to circumvent the purposes of this rule, 502C, the umpire shall assess the penalty described below. Penalty! We need like the Smash Bros announcer saying penalty, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
If the defensive team violates Rule 502C, the pitch shall be called a ball, and the ball is dead unless the batter reaches first base on a hit, error, or base on balls, a hit batter, or otherwise, and all other runners advance at least 1 base, in which case the play proceeds without reference to the violation. If any other play follows the violation, e.g. a sacrifice fly, sacrifice bunt, etc., the manager of the offense may advise the plate umpire that he elects to decline the penalty and accept the play. Such election shall be made immediately at the end of play. Huh. Okay. Or at the end of the play. And we got 503, base coaches. The team at bat shall station 2 base coaches on the field during its time at bat, 1 near first base and the other, and 1 near third base. Base coaches shall be limited to 2 in number and shall be in team uniform. Base coaches must remain within the coach's box consistent with this rule, except that a coach who has a play at his base may leave the coach's box to signal the player to slide, advance, or return to a base if the coach does not interfere with the play in any manner. Other than exchanging equipment, all base coaches shall refrain from physically touching base runners, especially when signs are being given. Penalty. If a coach has positioned himself closer to home plate than the coach's box, or closer to fair territory than the coach's box, before a batted ball passes the coach, the umpire shall, upon complaint by the opposing manager, strictly enforce the rule. Strict enforcement, okay. The umpire shall warn the coach and instruct him to return to the box. If the coach does not return to the box, he shall be removed from the game. In addition, coaches who violate this rule may be subject to discipline by the Office of the Commissioner. So,
Uh,
oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say the reason that there are coaching boxes is
Mhm.
because there was a coach who just like would jump around and try to distract the hitting team.
Amazing.
And so they were like, "No, you gotta like stay here." He would like run up and down alongside the base paths and yell stuff at them.
Amazing. I'm realizing also, like, the fact that the umpire can just throw people out of the game.
Mhm.
If the umpire just throws everyone out of the game, that's just it, right? Like,
Let's have asked this question before. So I think we might get to roster construction and sizes later, and we'll talk about like how much that takes. I don't know if I have an answer for like you don't have you just don't have players left on your team.
right. Okay. Cool. Not necessarily covered. Yeah, not necessarily covered by the rules. Okay. Batting, and the batting order. Each player of the offensive team shall bat in the order that his name appears in his team's batting order. Hang on, okay, this is bugging me about the formatting of the rules. Some rules, we get, okay, we obviously, we have subsections upon subsections here, right? We got, this is section 5, but it's rule 4 in section 5, but then it's part A, and then we got part 1 of part A.
Right.
But over here, this is part C, part 1 in Roman numerals. Lowercase Roman numerals, no less. Why?
I wonder if there's a difference in the type of list.
Maybe. That is very interesting. Each player of the offensive team shall bat in the order that his name appears in his team's batting order. The batting order shall be followed throughout the game unless a player is substituted for another. In that case, the substitute shall take the place of the replaced player in the batting order. The first batter in each inning after the first inning shall be the player whose name follows that of the last player, who legally completed his time at bat in the preceding inning. Okay, yeah. B, the batter's box. The batter shall take his position in the batter's box promptly when it is his time at bat. The batter shall not leave his position in the batter's box after the pitcher comes to set position or starts his windup. Penalty: if the pitcher pitches, the umpire shall call ball or strike, as the case may be. That's great. Like, I love that this penalty is...
Figure it out.
Yeah. But we do have a comment that's quite long. The batter leaves the batter's box at the risk of having a strike delivered and called unless he requests the umpire to call time. The batter is not at liberty to step in and out of the batter's box at will. Once a batter has taken his position in the batter's box, he shall not be permitted to step out of the batter's box in order to use the rosin or the pine tar rag, unless there is a delay in the game action or, in the judgment of the umpires, weather conditions warrant an exception. Umpires will not call time at the request of the batter or any member of his team once the pitcher has started his windup or has come to a set position, even though the batter claims dust in his eyes, steamed glasses, didn't get the sign, or for any other cause. I love this.
I love the sections of the rules because this has happened a few times where you can tell they put those in because it happened.
A lot.
Yeah.
It definitely happened a lot here. Weather conditions warrant that I urgently must access the pine tar. Yeah. Umpires may grant a hitter's request for time once he is in the batter's box, but the umpire should eliminate hitters walking out of the batter's box without reason. If umpires are not lenient, batters will understand that they are in the batter's box and they must remain there until the ball is pitched. See Rule 504b4. If the pitcher delays once the batter is in his box and the umpire feels the delay is not justified, he may allow the batter to step out of the box momentarily. If after the pitcher starts his windup or comes to a set position with a runner on, he does not go through with his pitch because the batter has inadvertently caused the pitcher to interrupt his delivery, it shall not be called a balk. Both the pitcher and the batter have violated a rule, and the umpire shall call time, and both the batter and pitcher start over from quote-unquote scratch. The following paragraph is additional material for Rule 504b2 comment for minor league play. If, after the pitcher starts his windup or comes to a set position with a runner on, he does not go through with this pitch because the batter has stepped out of the box, the umpire shall not call a balk. Such action by the batter shall be treated as a violation of the batter's box rule and shall subject the batter to the penalties set forth in Rule 5.04 parentheses lowercase b parentheses 4 parentheses capital A. After that massive interruption, 3. If the batter refuses to take his position in the batter's box during his time at bat, the umpire shall call a strike on the batter. The ball is dead and no runners may advance. Damn, they really can just kill the Jesus ball at any time. After the penalty, the batter may take his proper position and the regular ball and strike count shall continue. If the batter does not take his proper position before 3 strikes have been called, the batter shall be declared out.
I feel like the Jesus ball, played 2 shows in, the Minnesota grunge scene, and people were really excited for they were going to go, but never again, and they never really recorded. It was kind of a you had to be there situation, but there is some, documentation of limited scenes.
I really enjoy this bit that you do. It's a good bit.
Thank you. It requires more work than, that's what she said, but it carries that spirit of,
exactly.
I'm going to reinterpret something that's just been said.
Mm-hmm. I used to, in an old friend group that I was in, we had a Google Doc of random shit that we said that sounded like a band name, and then also random items in Path of Exile that had funny names, which did include a shield named Beast Knot, that is spelled with a K, like K-N-O-T-E.
Right.
Yeah.
Great.
Jesus Ball was Oakland's less popular Christian baseball team. Anyway, I loved the energy of having a Google Doc like that, and I actually kind of want to do something like that again. Having the, list of absurd band names and shit is good. Rule 504b3 comment. The umpire shall give the batter a reasonable opportunity to take his proper position in the batter's box after the umpire has called a strike, pursuant to Rule 504b3, and before the umpire calls a successive strike, pursuant to Rule 504b3. I like that they did have to add this, because it doesn't technically, say that the umpire has to give any time otherwise in that rule. And yeah, the umpire could just be like, strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, you're out.
Umpires.
4. The batter's box rule. A. The batter shall keep at least 1 foot in the batter's box throughout the batter's time at bat, unless one of the following exceptions apply, in which case the batter may leave the batter's box, but not the dirt area surrounding the home plate. 1. The batter swings at a pitch. 2. An attempted check swing is appealed to a base umpire. And 3. The batter is forced off balance or out of the batter's box by a pitch. There's so many more. 4. A member of either team requests and is granted time. 5. A defensive player attempts a play on a runner at any base. 6. The batter feints a bunt. 7. A wild pitch or passed ball occurs. A wild pitch. Interesting.
I wonder if we'll learn what that is later. Make a note of that, and if they never define it, I will.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, good.
Probably note down Jesus Ball. Pretty important. The pitcher leaves the dirt area of the pitching mound after receiving the ball. Or, 9, the catcher leaves the catcher's box to give defensive signals. If the batter intentionally leaves the batter's box and delays play, and none of the exceptions listed in Rule 50B4A 1 through 9 God! Applies, the umpire shall issue a warning to the batter for the batter's first violation of this rule in a game. I'm just gonna copy the sentence and none of the exceptions rule listed in Rule 504B4A 1 through 9 applies, and go ahead and reply to my Mastodon post with that. Oh. It would appear that didn't actually properly copy. I might have to manually type it out. Yeah, I will.
That's the fucking banger, Ellis. Yo.
Oh, I'm so excited to just have back over to chat and see. What if they added an item to the list but forgot to update the range in that reference? This is fragile code. Yeah! Oh my god. That just means that, the exception that is item 10 isn't actually an exception.
Yeah, it's just mentioned.
The umpire shall issue a warning to the batter for the batter's first violation of this rule in a game. For a batter's second or subsequent violations of this rule in a game, the Office of the Commissioner may issue an appropriate discipline. In minor league play, for a batter's second or subsequent violations of this rule in a game, the umpire shall award a strike without the pitcher having to deliver the pitch. The ball is dead, and no runners may advance. B. God. That's so fucking nested. The batter may leave the batter's box and the dirt area surrounding home plate when time is called for the purpose or as a result of an injury or potential injury, making a substitution, or a conference by either team. Potential injury is, like, obviously very substantively defined, but I like the universe in which it's like, I could trip and fall and break my nose. That is a potential injury, and therefore, I'm gonna leave the batter's box.
Dude, I could get hit by a baseball.
Yeah! Walking away from the baseball game like, shit, I kind of realized I could get hurt. What if they removed an item from the list and triggered a bunch of out-of-bound memory accesses on everyone who reads it? Yeah. Rule 504B4B comment. Umpires shall encourage the on-deck batter to take a position in the batter's box quickly after the previous batter reaches base or is put out. 5. The batter's legal position shall be with both feet within the batter's box. It's really hard to enforce this in court, but, like, I get it, I guess? Yeah. Like, it's a weird legal position, but, I'm really glad that, like, attorneys in the US have, like, learned to accommodate for this. Approved ruling. The lines defining the box are within the batter's box.
I think what they mean is it's like the inner boundaries of the lines.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. It's a great sentence.
That's a really good one. I'm fucking screenshotting that. Rule 504C to 505A6. Oh, C is just completing time at bat. A batter has legally completed his time at bat when he is put out or becomes a runner. 505. When the batter becomes a runner. the rule that probably is really important.
Mm-hmm. It's a big one. I like how it's kind of worded like when a child becomes an adult.
Yeah.
Okay, JT Real Muto. Now, one day you're gonna grow up and become a runner.
The batter becomes a runner when 1. He hits a fair ball. Immediately a comment. If the batter hits a pitch that touches the ground first, the ensuing action shall be the same as if he hit the ball in flight. Oh! So
Yeah.
you can bounce the ball off the ground.
Yeah.
Huh.
Want to see if I can find any bounced balls resulting in hits, because it would be pretty slow and awkward to hit at that point. But
Mhm.
yeah, you fully allowed. Like, if the pitch reaches you, you can basically hit it.
Mm-hmm. 2. The third strike called by the umpire is not caught, providing 1, first base is unoccupied, or 2, first base is occupied with 2 out. Comment here. A batter who does not realize his situation on a third strike not caught, and who is not in the process of running to first base, shall be declared out once he leaves the dirt circle surrounding home plate. Huh. So...
Oh yeah, this is the dropped third strike rule.
Gotcha.
So it's weirdly worded, but what
Mhm.
happens here is, so you have 2 strikes at this point. I go and I pitch the ball to Alice, but Alice is busy typing up funny comments in the chat on this stream and doesn't really see it happen, and it bounces right past her. Even though y'all have just swung and missed, y'all can still run and try to take first base. And this only happens for strike 3. And it's just a weird rule. Like this, if it happens to be what we'll learn as a wild pitch later, if it happens to be what we'll learn as a passed ball later, then y'all could still run, even though y'all have 3 strikes. And y'all will have 3 strikes on your record still, but also have taken first base.
Neat. Okay. Cool. Comment. Oh no, we read the comment.
Oh, quick note, by the way. The reason they have those 2 extra, what's the word I'm looking for? 2 extra, conditions, is if somebody is on first base, then they could intentionally drop that third strike, and then immediately pick it up again and get a double play really easily.
Ah.
But if there's 2 outs anyways, then a double play wouldn't matter, so then that doesn't apply.
Gotcha. Okay. If the pitch touches the ground and bounces through the strike zone, it is a ball. If such a pitch touches the batter, he shall be awarded first base. If the batter swings at such a pitch after 2 strikes and the ball cannot be caught, for the purposes of... If the batter swings at such a pitch after 2 strikes, the ball cannot be caught for the purposes of Rule 505B and 509A3. Okay. So... Okay, so if the ball touches the ground and then goes through the strike zone, it's not a strike, it's a ball. Gotcha. So it's one of those where, while you can hit a ball that bounces off the ground, it's less risky not to?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. A fair ball, after having passed a fielder other than the pitcher, or after having been touched by a fielder, including the pitcher, shall touch an umpire or runner on fair territory. Parsing that. A fair ball passes over a fence. Oh, right. This is a condition that causes the batter to become a runner. Right. Yeah. Okay. So, batter becomes a runner after the fair ball it passes a fielder other than the pitcher, or has been touched by a fielder. Okay. A fair ball passes over a fence or into the stands at a distance from home base of 250 feet or more. Such hit entitles the batter to a home run when he shall have touched all bases legally. A fair fly ball that passes out of the playing field at a point less than 250 feet from home base shall entitle the batter to advance to second base only. Interesting. So wait.
I want to see if y'all can puzzle it, because I know what this is saying, but
Yeah, well, I mean,
you'll want a chance to puzzle it out.
So if you hit a ball out 250 feet or more, then yeah, it becomes a home run. But if it's just a fly ball that passes out of the playing field but less than 250 feet away from the home base, you only get to go to second base with it. I'm thinking about when that'd happen. Because I'm thinking about how the playing field is constructed. I guess the stand's distance from the from home base is kind of only a recommendation, isn't it? Okay.
So if the ball becomes unplayable without being what we'll later learn is a foul, it is ruled a ground rules double. Basically, they can't get to it. Like none of the players can get to it. Then you just go to second base. There's another version of a similar thing that we'll probably learn about later that is often called the ground rules double, but isn't. We'll learn about this later, I think.
Oh, I think that might be this
been
next
cases.
one.
Oh, okay.
A fair ball, after touching the ground, bounds into the stands or passes through, over, or under a fence, or through or under a scoreboard, or through or under shrubbery or vines on the fence, in which case the batter and the runners shall be entitled to advance 2 bases.
That's the one. Yeah.
Okay.
There's been cases where the ball has gotten lodged into the roof of the stadium, and that is a double. This kind of thing can be a detriment to the hitter, because maybe they could have gotten a triple or a home run out of it, but because it bounced and then went out of play, they had to move back and lose ground from where they were before.
That makes sense. Do runners also advance 2 bases? Yeah. Yeah, that is the case. We also get any fair ball which either before or after touching the ground passes. Yep, okay, that's the same wording. Or which sticks in a fence or scoreboard, which I think is the difference here. So this is the specifically if it sticks in a fence or scoreboard, the batter and the runner shall be entitled to 2 bases. Why is that separate from this?
It was probably had to be added separately, and so they just added it as a new rule.
This is...
yeah, before or after touching the ground.
Yeah, okay. So if it touches the ground, it definitely just, it's 2 bases as it rolls, into the stands or through, over, under a fence, etc. But even if it hasn't touched the ground, if it gets stuck in a fence or a scoreboard, then it's also 2 bases. Boy oh boy, these are rules that are written.
So something neat here is they don't mention the dugout here. And if you can... I swear I've seen plays where it's gone into the dugout and they've had to fish it out of the dugout, but I guess that's no longer the case. I just Googled it here and they mentioned the dugout as out of play.
Huh, okay. That is very funny, though. Any bounding fair ball is deflected by the fielder into the stands or over or under a fence on fair or foul territory, in which case the batter and all runners shall be entitled to advance 2 bases. Or any fair fly ball is deflected by the fielder into the stands or over the fence into foul territory, in which case the batter shall be entitled to advance to second base, but if deflected into the stands or over the fence in fair territory, the batter shall be entitled to a home run. However, should such a fair fly be deflected at a point less than 250 feet from home plate, the batter shall be entitled to 2 bases only. I don't feel like there's any new information in Rule 9 here. Rule 505 B9. No, wait. This is still A, so this is A9.
Oh, okay. I was about to say that 505 sure do be 9, but I guess not.
I guess not, yeah. The batter... Okay, so B, the batter becomes a runner and is entitled to first base without liability to be put out when... 1. 4 balls have been called by the umpire. Immediately we get a couple paragraphs of comment. A batter who is entitled to first base because of a base on balls. Including an award of first base to a batter by an umpire following a signal from a manager must go to first base and touch the base before other base runners are forced to advance. This applies when bases are full and applies when a substitute runner is put into the game. If, in advancing, the base runner thinks that there is a play and he slides past the base before or after touching it, he may be put out by the fielder tagging him. If he fails to touch the base to which he is entitled and attempts to advance beyond that base, he may be put out by tagging him or the base he missed. Huh.
I didn't know that. That's fun.
Okay.
I like that.
Two, he is touched by a pitch ball, which he is not attempting to hit, unless A, the ball is in the strike zone when it touches the batter, or B, the batter makes no attempt to avoid being touched by the ball. Huh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's stopping players from leaning into a hit by pitch, or just allowing a hit by pitch. They have to try to stop it.
Yeah, they have to
hit
try
by
to
pitch
stop
can
it
be
and
quite-
get hit by the ball, and then they get to go to first base.
Yep.
Okay. If the ball is in the strike zone when it touches the batter, it shall be called a strike, whether or not the batter tries to avoid the ball. If the ball is outside the strike zone when it touches the batter, it shall be called a ball if he makes no attempt to avoid being touched. Approved ruling. When the batter is touched by a pitched ball which does not entitle him to first base, the ball is dead, and no runner may advance. Rule 505b2 comment. A batter shall not be considered touched by a pitched ball if the ball only touches any jewelry being worn by the player, e.g. necklaces, bracelets, etc. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
That's really interesting. So if a ball only hits your bracelet or watch or something, that doesn't count as you being hit by it.
Right.
Interesting. Okay. Jewelry is a interesting specific thing to pull in there, because it's jewelry is usually so small. What if your uniform is made entirely out of jewelry? Yeah, I mean, as long as you can do, golden chainmail for everyone on your team, it's a uniform.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on board with this. I think that, okay, actually, no. Here's my take. Baseball players should be required to just wear plate armor. I think that would improve baseball.
It'd improve hit by pitches. You get a microphone up in there, I'm stoked. I'm down for that.
Yeah! Maybe a spin-off game that is, there's no bat, and you just have to punch the ball with your fucking, armored-ass body. Call it deflect ball.
Punch ball.
Parry ball. There we go.
Dodge roll ball.
God. The catcher or any fielder interferes with them. If a play follows the interference, the manager of the offense may advise the plate umpire that he elects to decline the interference penalty and accept the play. Such election shall be made immediately at the end of the play. However, if the batter reaches first base on a hit, an error, a base on balls, a hit batsman, or otherwise, and all other runners advance at least one base, the play proceeds without reference to the interference.
Error is so interesting to put into there. We haven't learned what an error is yet. We might later, but that's a weird one.
Rule 505B3 comment. If a catcher's interference is called with a play in progress, the umpire will allow the play to continue because the manager may elect to take the play. Huh. So if catcher's interference is called, but the play is currently happening, the umpire just lets it happen because the manager might say yeah.
Exactly.
If the batter runner missed first base or a runner misses his next base, he shall be considered as having reached the base, as stated in note of Rule 506B3D. Examples of plays the manager might elect to take. 1. The runner on third, 1 out, batter hits the fly ball to the outfield, on which the runner scores, but catcher's interference was called. The offensive manager may elect to take the run and have batter called out, or have runner remain at third and batter awarded first base. Okay. 2, the runner on the second base. Catcher interferes with batter as he bunts the ball, fairly sending runner to third base. The manager may rather have runner on third base with an out on the play than have runners on second and first. Okay. If a runner is trying to score by a steal or squeeze from the third base, note the additional penalty set forth in Rule 601G. If the catcher interferes with the batter before the pitcher delivers the ball, it shall not be considered interference on the batter under Rule 505B3. In such cases, the umpire shall call time, and the pitcher and batter start over from scratch. Okay. 4. A fair ball touches an umpire or a runner on fair territory before touching a fielder. If a fair ball touches an umpire after having passed a fielder other than the pitcher or having touched the fielder, including the pitcher, the ball is in play. Fair ball touches an umpire after having passed a fielder other than the pitcher, or having touched the fielder, including the pitcher, the ball's in play. Okay. I think I get that. There's a lot of just, like, a sentence that's very, load-bearing.
Very tightly packed, yeah.
Yeah. 506, running the bases. We can occupy the base. A runner acquires the right to an unoccupied base when he touches it before he is out. He is then entitled to it until he is put out or forced to vacate it for another runner legally entitled to that base. If a runner legally acquires title to a base and the pitcher assumes his pitching position, the runner may not return to a previously occupied base. 2 runners may not occupy a base, but if, while a ball is alive, 2 runners are touching a base, the following runner shall be out when tagged, and the preceding runner is entitled to the base, unless Rule 506B2 applies. Okay. Wait. Oh, no. Okay. I was about to say, is this a self-referential rule? But no, it's not. It's referring to the next section. You know the rule book is good when I keep having to ask that question.
Why would anybody be confused watching baseball?
Yeah. Advancing bases. In advancing, a runner shall touch first, second, third, and home base in order. If forced to return, he shall retouch all bases in reverse order unless the ball is dead under any provision of Rule 506C. In such cases, the runner may go directly to his original base. Huh. So you have to retouch the bases.
Unless the ball is called dead.
Yeah.
So if the ball is still live, it's kind of like baseball is still happening, and you have to go back through them in order.
Right. Okay. If a runner is forced to advance by reason of the batter becoming a runner and 2 runners are touching a base, to which the following runner is forced, the following runner is entitled to the base, and the preceding runner shall be out when tagged, or when a fielder possesses the ball and touches the base to which such a preceding runner is forced. Each runner other than the batter may, without liability, be put out, or without liability to be put out, advance 1 base when there's a balk. The batter's advance without liability to be put out forces the runner to vacate his base, or when the batter hits a fair ball that touches another runner or the umpire before such ball has been touched by or has passed a fielder, if the runner is forced to advance. Comment here, a runner forced to advance without liability to be put out may advance past the base to which he is entitled only at his peril. Ah! That's...
Occasionally, the MLB rulebook goes hard.
Yeah. You can do this at your own peril, motherfucker.
You gotta say that more.
If such a runner, forced to advance, is put out for the 3rd out before a preceding runner, also forced to advance, touches home plate, the run shall score. Play, 2 out, bases full, batter walks but runner from second is overzealous and runs past 3rd base toward home and is tagged out by throw to the catcher. Even though 2 are out, the run would score on the theory that the run was forced home by the base on balls, and that all the runners needed to do was proceed and touch the next base.
Okay.
That makes sense. So, like, if you have someone try to run ahead and get out, but someone else would have actually just, like, gone home, you still get that point.
Yeah.
A fielder, after catching a fly ball, steps or falls into any out-of-play area. This is right, advancing 1 base. Cool. Comment there, if a fielder, after having made a legal catch, should step or fall into any out-of-play area, the ball is dead, and each runner shall advance 1 base without liability to be put out from his last legally touched base at the time the fielder entered such out-of-play area. Okay. So, gotcha. So fielder catching a ball who goes into outside of the play area immediately causes everyone to go advance a base.
Mm-hmm. Important to note that owl territory is not out of play area, but like the dugout or the stands would be.
Gotcha. While he is attempting to steal a base, the batter is interfered with by the catcher or any other fielder. Okay, so yeah, you can't interfere with people or you'll get another base. When a runner is entitled to a base without liability to be put out while the ball is in play, or under any rule in which the ball is in play after the runner reaches the base to which he's entitled, and the runner fails to touch the base to which he's entitled before attempting to advance to the next base, the runner shall forfeit his exemption from the liability to be put out, and he may be put out by tagging the base or tagging the runner before he returns to the missed base. E. A fielder deliberately touches a pitched ball with his cap, mask, or any part of his uniform detached from its proper place on his person. Huh. Interesting.
His proper place is on a player's head.
If the runners are really going and you fucked up the play, you could just step out in order to limit your losses. Oh yeah, I guess that's possible.
It's after catching a fly ball, though.
Mm.
And so, if you did that on purpose, everyone would advance 1 place.
And they would
including
be advancing,
the batter.
And they would be advancing from the last base that they legally touched. Which, like, presumably is all of those runs, the runners, like, really going there, like, they would already be, not from the base they started the play at, yeah, exactly. The ball is in play and the award is made from the position of the runner at the time the ball was touched. So, this is interesting with the fact that you can throw the glove. The glove is not part of the uniform that can't be detached from its proper place on one's person. 4. Each runner, including the batter runner, may, without liability to put out, advance A, to home base, scoring a run if a fair ball goes out of the playing field in flight and he touched all bases legally, or if a fair ball, which, in the umpire's judgment, would have gone out of the playing field in flight, is deflected by the act of a fielder in throwing his glove, cap, or any article of his apparel. Gotcha. So, you get to do a home run if the ball goes out of the playing field, or if someone stops the ball from going out of the playing field via their hat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, that includes throwing the glove. Interesting. 3 bases. If a fielder deliberately touches a fair ball with his cap, mask, or any part of his uniform detached from its proper place on his person, the ball is in play and the batter may advance to home base at his peril. 3 bases if a fielder deliberately throws his glove at and touches a fair ball. The ball is in play and the batter may advance to home base at his peril. Oh, interesting. So you get 3 bases for free if they throw their glove, but the ball's still in play. 2 bases if a fielder deliberately touches a... Wait. Okay. Wait. This... Oh, fair ball versus thrown ball.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Huh. 2 bases if a fielder deliberately throws his glove and touches a thrown ball. The ball is in play. Yeah, what is a fair ball versus a thrown ball, I guess? I guess a fair ball is just one that you hit.
This is probably in the glossary of terms. Yeah, I think a fair ball means that it's going into fair territory.
Oh, right. I forgot that scroll bar breaks things. We'll that's fine.
Fair ball would be up from here.
Yep. Hang on, wait. Was there a definition of the league there? There was. Well, okay, there's a foul ball, so a fair ball should probably be above this.
Fair territory?
A fair ball is a batted ball that settles on fair ground between home and first base, or between home and third base, or that is on or over fair territory when bounding to the outfield past first or third base, or that touches first, second, or third base, or that first falls on fair This is melting me.
This makes perfect sense to me. That's the kind of fucked up little freak I have become by watching enough baseball. Little goblin that's like, yes,
There's
more definitions. Bring them in.
It's the fact that, like, all of these are separate extra conditions that they've applied. Like,
yeah.
Oh, boy. Uh-huh. Okay, so batted ball settles on fair ground, or is on or over fair territory, touches the bases, or first falls onto fair territory, on or beyond first base, or while on or over that territory touches the person of an umpire or player, or while over fair territory passes out of the playing field in flight. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, okay. So it is a batted ball that is not bad in some way.
Yeah. You know, fair.
Mm-hmm. Like, it makes sense. Boy, it sure had to be defined a lot. Okay, let's get a refresh on this bad boy, and then zoom
Like 90 something.
back in and wait. We weren't that far, were we?
Oh no, I guess not.
Yeah, no, we were 40 might be.
Oh yeah, okay.
Wait.
This is correct.
Oh yeah, because we were. Right.
So
'cause we
something
were
to
on-
note from that definition that we just got. If
Mhm.
the ball lands in the infield in fair territory and then rolls into foul territory, it is ruled a foul ball. And people return to where they were and play resets. If it
Interesting.
lands in fair territory in the outfield on the grass and rolls into foul territory, it is still live. And sorry, look at you lost that.
No, no worries. Yeah, sorry. My
it
sneezes
is-
go like this.
It is then still fair in that case.
Gotcha. Okay. Right, because we are on running the bases, and then there's lots and lots of rules to running the bases. Right. Okay.
Yeah, we're like 40 pages. I have been thinking we're probably not going to finish this tonight.
Oh no, probably not. I got that warning several times when I told people in my real life about this stream. We're like, you're not gonna do this. And it was like, yeah, but I'll try. Fuck you.
Baseball rules, we don't finish till it's over.
Good lord. Please enjoy the 12-hour long ball stream. It'll be the last stream I ever do.
Highlight when I call into work to say I'm not showing up today because I am on a stream actively.
Oh boy. And I think I have something going on tomorrow. Oh right, yeah, I'm gonna have my queer platonic partner on over. Just she'll come over. I'll still be streaming baseball.
You will only be able to communicate through baseball rules.
Yeah.
You'll look at them and be like, oh, 6.05 A1.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay, imagine like speaking through a cipher where you use baseball rule numberings and then also another number after that that indicates the word in the rule that
The most
you
fucked
use.
up.
Yeah. And
The
then
most fucked up weird sequel to the Darmok and Jalad episode in TNG.
God. Oh, I gotta start watching TNG. We've started with DS9 because Starfall said it's good, and I trust them. It is good. It is good. So you just realized what this stream is all about. Yep, this is definitely one of the laundry lurks. Yeah, they're totally. We're having a great time learning all the rules to Major League Baseball, a task that is normal and achievable by real humans. Okay. Right. Okay, so you can advance to home base with a home run, assuming that it's a home run. 3 bases. Yep. Okay. Right. We read that. In applying B, C, D, E, the umpire must rule that the thrown glove or detached cap or mask has touched the ball. There is no penalty if the ball is not touched. Under C through E, this penalty shall not be invoked against a fielder whose glove is carried off his hand by the force of a batted or thrown ball, or when his glove flies off his hand as he makes an obvious effort to make a legitimate catch. Oh, that's neat.
Mhm.
So you can't throw the ball, but if the ball if the glove or can't throw the glove, but if the glove flies off your hand, it's out of your control and not applicable. 2 bases. If a fair ball bounces or is deflected into the stands outside the first or third base foul lines, or if it goes through or under a field fence, or if it sticks in all, yeah. Okay, so wait. This is the same thing as... Wait, where was it? Oh god. It all looks the same. It all looks like baseball rules to me. So... Okay. That was the batter being declared a runner, which happens with when this happens. But also separately to that, people get 2 bases if the okay. Boy, the organization scheme and the amount of repeated information is so much.
To be fair, I mentioned earlier Shohei Ohtani is being paid $700 million to play baseball for 10 years.
Mhm.
There's a lot of money in this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of betting money now. You want to be really, really careful with how you define everything. No, you still get 2 bases in this case.
Yeah, no, totally. You still
But
get
it
2
is- it's
bases,
a
and you
time
do
to-
become a runner. We do have to define that happens, yeah. 2 bases when, with no spectators on the playing field, that's a fun thing to have to include. A thrown ball goes into the stands or into a bench, whether or not the ball rebounds back into the field, or over or under through a field fence on a slanting part of the screen above the backstop, or remains in the meshes of a wire screen protecting spectators. The ball is dead. When such wild throw is the first play by an infielder... Oh, the throw goes into the stand. Okay. Excuse me, sorry, hiccups. The umpire, in awarding such bases, shall be governed by the position of the runners at the time the ball was pitched. In all other cases, the umpire shall be governed by the position of the runners at the time the wild throw was made. Wait, so... Okay, so you get 2 bases when the pitcher just throws the ball into the stands. And if it's the first play by an infielder, the umpire in awarding such bases will be governed by the position of the runners at the time the ball was pitched. In all other cases, the umpire shall be governed by the position of the runners at the time the throw was made. Huh. Okay. What's a ball stream?
Oh boy. Oh
It
boy.
is the official... we are reading the Major League Baseball rules to understand what, how to play baseball.
If you can use a Christian baby as a baseball, which is kind of been pretty thoroughly answered, but we're holding on to that one pretty tight.
Yeah, we're
you can see more
hoping
questions.
we're hoping that we can get like a communion baseball, and then and the Christian baby can be Jesus Christ. It's you know, we're holding out hope. The baseball cube is technically possible, but requires physics. You would need a really moldable variant of cork. I feel like as well. Approved.
I just like
ruling.
that sentence. You need
Yeah.
a really moldable variant of cork.
Yeah. Approved ruling. If all runners, including, discovered something, oh boy, what have you discovered about OBS on Linux? Because I am currently using that. Including the batter runner, have advanced at least, don't build it with the Pulse audio plugin. And watch what happens to you. Oh, yeah, if you build it without the Pulse Audio plugin, it doesn't have Pulse Audio, and it doesn't have audio. Yes, that makes sense. I used the Pipewire plugin. Oh, does it not? Does it just use your ALSA card? Oh boy. That's worse. It breaks the global audio sources and monitoring ability. Yeah, because it doesn't have Pulse Audio. Like, OBS is built for Pulse Audio. Yay! Oh, yeah. That does not surprise me at all. I actually didn't know there was a raw ALSA plugin, though it doesn't surprise me. The Pipewire... So the Pipewire plugin doesn't have global sources. But you can't monitor them? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I bet there's, like, some libraries that it relies on, even for just monitoring. If all runners, including the batter runner, have advanced at least one base when an infielder makes a wild throw on the first play. Oh, wait, so a wild throw is... A thrown ball is not the pitch. It's the fielders throwing the ball.
Throw is different than a pitch, yes. And in fact, pitchers are really bad at throwing balls. Significantly worse than most players.
Gotcha.
They're very good at pitching balls, they're just bad at throwing them.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, so if you pick up a ball on the field and throw it into the stands, that's when everyone gets two bases.
Yes.
Unless there's a spectator on the playing field. In which
Weirdly.
case, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Other things would presumably be happening then. I don't know why they clarify that.
Approved ruling. If all runners, including the batter runner, have advanced at least one base when an infielder makes a wild throw on the first play after the pitch, the award shall be governed by the position of the runners when the wild throw is made. Yeah. And we get our comment. Oh boy, this comment is an entire page worth.
It's beefy.
How much of these actual rules actually apply to computerized baseball simulation games depends on how accurate the simulation is.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Baseball doesn't come up much. MLB The Show probably comes up more often.
Probably. Rule 506B4G comment. In certain circumstances, it is impossible to award a runner two bases. Example, runner on first, batter hits fly to short right. Runner holds up between first and second, and batter comes around first and pulls up behind him. Ball falls safely. Outfielder, in throwing to first, throws ball into stands. Approved ruling. Since no runner, when the ball is dead, may advance beyond the base to which he is entitled, the runner originally on first base goes to third base, and the batter is held at second base. The term when the wild throw was made means when the throw actually left the player's hands, and not when the thrown ball hit the ground, passes a receiving fielder, or goes out of play into the stands. The position of the batter-runner at the time the wild throw left the thrower's hand is the key in deciding the award of bases. Okay. Sorry, I looked away for a sec. If the batter-runner has not reached first base, the award is two bases at the time the pitch was made for all runners. The decision as to whether the batter-runner has reached first base before the throw is a judgment call.
So I'm going to jump in here.
Yeah.
I've just thought of an amazing way to play MLB The Show. Is you print off the MLB rulebook and you grab a highlighter. And your goal, you have beaten the game when you have highlighted every rule that has come into play in a game that you have played.
Oh, that's very fun.
So you have to, lodge the ball in various places and launch it into the spectators in various situations.
That's great. It's like achievement hunting.
It's like achievement hunting, but weirder and nerdy.
Somehow. Yeah. This is jurisprudence kind of pasted in line with the legislation. I mean, it makes perfect sense to me because I've read tabletop RPG books. That is what this is. All they have to do is start assigning names and characters to these little example things. But yeah. Um. Okay. Yep. If the batter runner has not reached first base, the award is 2 bases at the time the pitch was made for all runners. The decision as to whether the batter runner has reached first base before the throw is a judgment call. If an unusual play arises where a first throw by an infielder goes into stands or dugout, but the batter did not become a runner, such as catcher throwing balls into stands in attempt to get runner from third trying to score on pass ball or wild pitch, I really love how sometimes the run-ons just get so bad that they abandon grammar, and it's like we don't need it's just such as catcher throwing ball into stands. I love it. On line 9.1.
Occasionally.
Ooh.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just commenting on the. Yeah. I'm not totally surprised that PSO manages to work. I have never heard someone struggle to get that working. It feels like. Anyway, you were gonna say?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say a situation where a caveman has been brought forward through time and gotten a job writing for the baseball rulebook.
Yeah.
Such as catcher throwing ball into stands in attempt to get runner from third.
Award of 2 bases shall be from the position of the runners at the time of the throw. For the purpose of Rule 506 B4G, a catcher is considered an infielder. Play. Runner on first base, batter hits a ball to the shortstop who throws to second base too late to get a runner at second, and second baseman throws toward first base after batter has crossed first base. Ruling. Runner at second scores. On this play, only if batter runner is past first base when throw is made, is he awarded third base. That also falls into a little bit towards caveman time. 1 base if a ball pitched to the batter or thrown by. Oh right, this is so. Runners get awarded 1 base if ball pitched to the batter or thrown by the pitcher from his position on the pitcher's plate to a base to catch a runner, goes into a stand or a bench or over or through a field fence or backstop, the ball is dead. Yeah, okay. When a wild pitch or passed ball goes through or by the catcher or deflects off the catcher and goes directly into the dugout stands above the break or any area where the ball is dead, the awarding of bases shall be 1 base. 1 base shall also be awarded if the pitcher, while in contact with the rubber, throws to a base and the throw goes directly into the stands or into any area where the ball is dead. If, however, the pitched or thrown ball goes through or by the catcher or through the fielder, yeah, through the catcher is, that... Fucking. Have you ever seen Gurren Lagann?
Nope.
Ah, okay. I'm gonna there's a moment. Yeah, here we go. I'm going to save this image and put it on screen. Get the list back up. We can be reminded of the absolutely wonderful pencil bat. Love that thing.
Not legal in full MLB. Oh, yeah. Don't hire that guy as your Well,
through the catcher.
Yeah, don't hire this guy.
Don't hire the Spiral King Lord Genome as a catcher. I love Gurren Lagann because holy shit, the villain of the first arc of the show is literally just Lord Genome. The Spiral King. It's such a show. It's such a movie. This is quick diversion just to say I saw the Gurren Lagann movies got a new edition that got rescreened in theaters for 2 days out of 2 weeks, and that was it across that was like pretty recent. And like, you know, one day was the dub and one day was the sub or whatever. And so I watched both of those movies, and like the first one I feel like is a bit iffy. The second one I genuinely think holds up as a standalone movie and is really good. It's so good. It really made me like go like, oh right, I fucking love this show again. Gurren Lagann's good. Anyway, Gurren Lagann's good, asterisk. There's a lot of things, but I think the second movie actually cuts enough that, like, it's mostly just good. Okay. Where were we? Right. If, however, after playing through Hypnospace Outlaw, your web browser overlay reminds me of it, good! Because that's the intent of my entire stream layout. I put a lot of time into making this look very like a retro desktop OS that is just shy of reality. You know, there's some things that are weird in it. Like the programs list being a deck of tarot cards. So railguns shoot at roughly 50 times the fastest pitch drone in MLB. That is also less than I would have guessed. Anyway, you were to say?
Oh yeah, 100% of the time that I join y'all's streams to like watch or something, I forget that the Skinamarink phone is here, and I'm like, oh, that fucking guy, this motherfucker.
Oh, you mean this guy?
Oh, hi. Hey, bud. I should put rulings about the Skinamarink phone in baseball, ban it, or something.
The Seinfeld logo is like a little desktop sticker. It also says Indica. My friend made it. That telephone is way too happy. Oh boy, don't you fucking know it. Oh boy.
I don't know if happy is the word I would use, but it's not the word I wouldn't.
Yeah. Recommendations. One, your grandma had that phone. Nice.
No.
One, go watch Skinamarink, the movie. Asterisk, if you really want to have a bad time, but like in a good way, but like it will be a bad time. Trust me, it is a fucking scary movie, and like
I think I listed it as the scariest movie that I've seen, and it hits in a very particular way. A lot of people really bounce off of it, and for a lot of people, it's one of the most boring movies they've seen. Anyways, I think it's incredible.
It's so good. Yeah. There you go. Fantastic movie. Second of all, you can see, or I actually don't know if this is true. You, at least at the time that I went, could see this phone physically in person, which is where I ran into it. That is actually my fiance's hand, pointing at it. At the, oh god, hang on, I gotta remember the title of this fucking thing.
Pogger's facing the Skinamarink phone.
Fuck, that would be, okay, that's the only funny PogChamp. Convergence Station in Denver, Colorado, which is a, immersive art experience. Ooh, you made popcorn too? Nice. The seasoned salt and hot sauce, that sounds great. Convergence Station is an immersive art experience that puts you into literally another world, and like genuinely it's incredible. It's a really good experience. It's great, and it's just like full of weird shit. Like, you can go climb in a mech. There's just a mech there. In fact, there are two. And you can just get in the mech, and then you're in the mech. I think some of your friends were surprised you'd even play something like Hypnospace Outlaw, let alone stream yourself playing it. It's so good. I love Hypnospace. It's truly one of my favorite games of all time. I will not spoil anything about how that game's plot goes, but it's good. Cool. Where were we? So, right. If, however, the pitched or thrown ball goes right through or by the catcher, that's what got us onto this, because through the catcher, and then we ended up at fucking Lord Genome dying. And remains on playing field is subsequently kicked or deflected into the dugout stands. Blah, blah, blah. The awarding of bases shall be 2 bases from the position of the runners at the time of the pitch or throw. 1 base if the batter becomes a runner on ball 4 or strike 3 when the pitch passes the catcher and lodges in the umpire's mask or paraphernalia. Sorry, wait. Lodges in the umpire's mask?
Yeah, that has happened before.
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, it's probably really fucking scary.
That sounds really scary. If the batter becomes a runner on a wild pitch which entitles the runners to advance 1 base, the batter-runner shall be entitled to first base only. We get a comment. The fact a runner is awarded a base or bases without liability to be put out does not relieve him of the responsibility to touch the base he is awarded and all intervening bases. For example, batter hits a ground ball which an infielder throws into the stands, but the batter-runner missed first base. He may be called out on appeal for missing first base after the ball is put in play, even though he was awarded second base. They don't specify what type of paraphernalia. Yeah, that's true. I think they specify that... Well, we've already read equipment, and it actually didn't say anything about the umpire's paraphernalia and equipment. Is that specified elsewhere? Mysteries. Maybe, yep, okay. If a runner is forced to return to a base after a catch, he must retouch his original base, even though, because of some ground rule or other rule, he's awarded additional bases. He may retouch while the ball is dead, and the award is then made from his original base. Huh. You can touch a base while the ball is dead in weird specific conditions. Dead balls! Okay, alright. That one took a second to hit me. The ball becomes dead.
So an orchiectomy is a type of procedure in which...
Oh boy. Oh my god, I didn't even talk about this yet because I've been so focused on baseball. I just yesterday had my, was that MLB where umpires were given sponsored iPad-like devices? Oh my god.
Probably.
We need echo on the phrase dead balls. Yeah. Just yesterday, I had my, bottom surgery consultation. And it went super well. The big things are mainly that, like, I need more hair removal before we can, like, actually schedule a date, and it will probably not be until 2025, maybe 2026, by the time I actually get surgery. It was January 29th, and they were booked through all of 2024 already. Yeah. It turns out that when you have 2 surgeons in your city, that's already a lot. Trans healthcare is great. Anyway, it just made me think of it because an orchiectomy is included with my vaginoplasty, which is the NFL. Okay, gotcha. Which at some point, I think, yeah, the surgeon said that, you know, like, a vaginoplasty is an irreversible procedure, and I was, like, nodding along, and then she also said, like, this also involves an orchiectomy, and orchiectomy is also an irreversible procedure, and I was like, I sure hope so, and we, like, just everyone started laughing. It was great. Supposed to promote their Surface tablets, but they kept calling them iPad-like devices. Oh my god! Microsoft got completely fucked over by the NFL. That rules. The ball becomes dead when you get an orchiectomy, and runners advance 1 base or return to their bases without liability to be put out when a pitched ball touches a batter or his clothing while in legal batting position. Runners, if forced, advance. Okay, yeah, so if you hit the batter, then the ball becomes dead. the plate umpire interferes with the catcher's throw, attempting to prevent a stolen base or retire a runner on a pickoff play, runners may not advance. Gotcha. Okay. Note, the interference shall be disregarded if the catcher's throw retires the runner. Huh. Wait. The plate umpire interferes with the catcher's throw. Okay. Attempting to prevent a stolen base or retire a runner on a pop play. Huh.
So if the umpire gets in the way of the catcher, well, the catcher is trying to throw at a player that's trying to steal a base, but
Right.
they get that player out anyways, the interference doesn't matter, because it hasn't affected the game.
That makes sense. I'm really thinking about when the umpire would interfere with the throw like that.
Maybe trip, I guess.
Yeah. The interference shall be... Yeah, okay, we are that disregarding. While the ball is dead, no player may be put out, no bases may be run, and no runs may be scored, except that runners may advance one or more bases as the result of acts which occurred while the ball was alive, such as, but not limited to, a balk, an overthrow, interference, or a home run or other fair ball hit out of the playing field. Rule 506c2 comment. Umpire interference may also occur when an umpire interferes with a catcher returning the ball to the pitcher. Wait! If there's a home run, and the ball is outside of the playing field, the ball is dead. This means that if you hit a Christian baby at the World Series, you'll kill the Christian baby guaranteed. Fuck!
No matter how Jesus or tough that baby is.
But I guess your fresh Christian baby will be alive. I guess you don't really get the Christian baby that was home run back. So yeah, no. Unfortunately, baseball is murder. I think we gotta write that down. Oh, I guess we already wrote ball is alive. So we can just add that as a parenthesis. Okay.
There is a pitch that is being introduced to baseball now. It's called the death ball. So
Okay.
keep that in mind.
Okay.
The death ball is a live ball until it becomes a dead ball. A dead ball is different than a death ball. Just
Got
like
it.
how a balk is different than a walk, and an inning is different than an outing.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Rule 506c2 comment. Umpire interference may also occur when an umpire interferes with the catcher returning the ball to the pitcher. Can God create a sport so powerful that his own Christian baby can't survive being the ball? Fuck. 3. A balk is committed. Runners advance. See penalty 602A. 4. A ball is illegally batted. Runners return. 5. A foul ball is not caught, in which case runners return to their bases. The umpire-in-chief shall not put the ball into play until all runners have retouched their bases. Yeah. 6. A fair ball touches a runner or an umpire on fair territory before it touches an infielder, including the pitcher, or it touches an umpire before it has passed an infielder other than the pitcher. Runners advance if forced. If a fair ball goes through or by an infielder. Again, the through is really funny. Like, I'm always thinking about this now. I can't not think about this. No other
Imagining
infielder.
that extremely anime thing where it like goes into silhouette. You get this like as like there's a line that draws through them, and they kind of get knocked back a little bit.
Yeah.
With a baseball.
Yes. Perfect. No other infielder has a chance to make a play on the ball, and the ball touches a runner immediately behind the infielder the ball went through or by. The ball is in play, and the umpire shall not declare the runner out. If a fair ball touches a runner after being deflected by an infielder, the ball is in play, and the umpire shall not declare the runner out. Okay, I think I'm not completely melted. I think I got that. Roll 506C comment, or 506C6, sorry. If a fair ball touches an umpire working in the infield after it is bounded past or over the pitcher, it is a dead ball. If a batted ball is deflected by a fielder in fair territory and hits a runner or umpire while still in flight and then caught by an infielder, it shall not be a catch, but the ball shall remain in play. Huh, okay, so if you catch the ball after it gets batted, but it bounced off someone first, it doesn't count as just, like, catching it.
Right, it's not a fly ball.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. A pitched ball lodged in the catcher's mask or paraphernalia, or in or against the umpire's body, mask, or paraphernalia, and remains out of play. Runners advance one base. Longer comment
I sent you all
here.
a couple videos of balls getting lodged in umpire or catcher's masks, and the catcher's mask is like pretty scary, especially in the slow-mo when you see how the mask like rattles around on the face.
Mm-hmm.
The like second one, the umpire, is one of the scariest things I've ever seen. Oh my god.
Oh boy. I will enjoy the supplementary materials later for sure. Ooh, actually, speaking of, we have been at this for about 4 hours plus a little bit. And it's about 11. I think both our times. Do you have a hard out at when you want to wrap this up?
Well, I get up for work in about 5 hours, so like any given point.
Okay. Let me see how much. Dear Lord, there's a lot of just like section 5. Oh man, I was like, I wonder how long we are until section 6. Like that's the fun stuff. That's the illegal stuff. Jesus Christ! It turns out playing the game is most of the rules. Who knew? Oh right, I broke the scrolling again. Okay. Well, we were at like. Is this? No, we were not quite that far, I think. Did I? Oh, they actually finally start doing names in the.
Oh, that's new.
Okay, so it is a tabletop RPG. I mean, baseball's just a LARP.
It's an old tabletop RPG because they're only using masculine names and pronouns, but it is a tabletop RPG.
Yeah. Where the fuck were we? Okay, that was wild pitches and stuff, and then umpire interference, and then yes, this was the thing. How about we go ahead and get through this page, and then we'll kind of mark things off, and we can come back to more baseball in the future, potentially.
This sounds good.
All right. In that case, okay. 506C7 comment. If a foul tip hits the umpire and is caught by fielder, the ball is dead. The batsman cannot be called out. The same shall apply where such foul tip lodges in the umpire's mask or other paraphernalia. If a third strike, not a foul tip, passes the catcher and hits an umpire, the ball is in play. If such a ball rebounds and is caught by a fielder before it touches the ground, the batsman is not out on such a catch, but the ball remains in play and the batsman may be retired at first base or touched with the ball for the out. Okay. If a pitched ball lodges in the umpire or catcher's mask or paraphernalia and remains out of play on the third strike or fourth ball, then the batter is entitled to first base and all runners advance one base. If the count on the batter is less than 3 balls, runners advance one base. If the ball is intentionally placed inside a player's uniform, e.g. a pants pocket, for the purpose of deceiving a base runner, the umpire shall call time. The umpire will place all runners at least one base, or more if warranted in the umpire's judgment, in order to nullify the action of the ball being put out of play from the base they originally occupied. So, you lose bases Here, can you end up with negative bases? The umpire can take away as many. I guess actually, place all runners at least one base from the.
This is adding bases.
This is adding bases. Okay.
Yeah. So if you y'all grab the
for the
ball
purpose
and
of
shove it in your
deceiving
pocket.
a base runner.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But then the umpire can just add as many bases as they want to this. It is entirely in their judgment.
Yeah.
Well,
presumably up to 4. I don't.
Presumably.
12 bases.
fucking bribing the umpire, being like, all right, hey, look, we're gonna do this, and then you just give us 32 bases. Sound good? Any legal pitches touching a runner, any legal pitch touches a runner trying to score, runners advance. Okay, yeah. Cool, and yeah, I mean, okay, we can look forward to 5.07 pitching for next time that we stream, but I definitely think that this is a good place to wrap it up, honestly. We should
Wait
probably...
till y'all try to understand bulk rules.
Boy, oh boy.
I have watched several videos. I do not feel confident in my understanding.
Perfect, okay. Now we have it in our notes. Important question as we wrap up. Have we encountered any rules so far prohibiting the removal of one's foot? I don't think we have.
No.
I think we're good so far. Alright. Let me check if there's anyone I want to raid, because I'm realizing I can do that. Okay. Only one channel I'm following is live, and also they have 189 viewers, and it's probably something even more overwhelming than this stream. And overwhelming in rules specifically. So maybe this is actually good. Let me check if Socks BX is in fact playing what I think they are. Which would be God Game. Yep, it's the God Game tournament. Okay. If you yeah. We're gonna wrap things up. I am gonna say, yeah, if y'all enjoy lots and lots of rules, God Game is exactly the tabletop card game for you. It is in Tabletop Simulator, and, yeah, I'm actually pretty excited to watch that after this. So, yeah, I will catch y'all later, and remember to say goodnight, computer. Good night, computer.
Good night, computer. Good night, chat.